I received nothing but courteous treatment from them. I want to stress that. And so I received this letter in which he informed me that he was away when that letter was sent, and that if I would please give him a call, he would try and explain the circumstances and so on and so forth. When I came back again, I got a letter, a reminder that I should call him. So I called. We arranged a call meeting. I think it was 4 o'clock about a week ago. And he explained, and again he offered a special visit by me. I'd be received by the consul, and then they would ask a few questions about the possible facts which existed that they didn't know about when this visa was issued. He spoke, and he spoke frankly, and I said, shall I be equally frank with you? I'm not interested. It has nothing to do with me personally. It has to do with the treatment which I know, the brutal, cruel, and often unbelievable treatment being meted out to strangers, immigrants, even in some cases, permanent residents, which of course include quite a number of Nigerians. I know of a number of Nigerians who were turned back, who live in the United States, who've lived there all their lives. Some of them have businesses, they have grown-up children, families who are even citizens of our country, but who just left in the normal way to visit home, and then found at the airport they weren't allowed to get on that plane, because in the meantime either their visas were under examination or had in fact been revoked, but they were not allowed to go back there, etc., etc. I don't want to run into, you all know what's been going on. It's all over the media. You have friends, you have families there. So I said, it's not about me. I'm not really interested in going back to the United States. He said, but a principle is involved. Human beings deserve to be treated decently wherever they are, wherever they drop their buckets, even places where they're just visiting briefly. He said, I'm sorry, I will not apply for a new date.
He's coming to change Nigeria, to bring the glory of Nigeria. We appreciate all his efforts. This is the best president so far. We are very proud of him. We are very proud of him. He has changed our story. See the young here. You know the day when we get here. On Monday we come out to every.
Nigeria's all I'm proud to serve, a sovereign motherland. You are untouched. Ìṣẹ́ wa múlẹ̀ wá fún ilẹ̀ ìbí wa. Kàgbéga, kàgbéga, kàgbéga fàyèrí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wà ní pé bàbíbẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá.
that if we had a listening president in power, like I just mentioned, he would have reversed the subsidy removal, he would have reversed the increase in tariffs, he would have reversed many of the loans that we intended and we ultimately borrowed. You see, at the time the president signed the first list, it was a completed act that he no longer had power to reverse. And it was already accepted. And you see, the good thing about it is that we have courts that will interpret this ultimately. So the president does not have power to convict anybody. As at the time he had completed the pardon of these persons, they were all free. The president is not the judiciary. Section 5 of the Constitution confers in him all the powers, the executive powers of the Federation. But on that note, he has exercised those powers. He can no longer exercise judicial powers by saying, no, I no longer consider you fit for pardon, and I want you to go back to prison. The president cannot do that. It's not within his remit. It's not within his constitutional remit. So the good thing is that we have records. So it will be tested. We have people, an offer was made by the president of pardon, and then they have accepted. President, you can no longer take back your pardon. It doesn't matter whether you go back to the Council of State. You are therefore at that point exercising judicial powers, which you do not have as president.
You must have also heard of the increasing rate of baby factories in Anambra State. So there are fresh incidents of violence and encroachment on farmlands. First, what is your assessment of the rising cases of baby factories and illegal adoption rings in Anambra State?
Oh, honestly, let me tell you this. I say things in national television and some can say it's not true. Nobody have more number of factories in Anambra State than myself and my family. And on that note, I'm telling you right now, I can't remember in recent times once telling you there are many industries spranging up in Anambra State. No, insecurity had killed one of the factories. As a matter of fact, my factory is under lock because they kidnapped my 6 expatriates. And then the rest, I used to have 70 of this people working for me. The place is under lock and key. The aluminum cementing company was supposed to, bring to stream for the past few years. I have not. We lock it down because we cannot be able to run it. The Radisson Hotel there in Anambra State belongs to us also.
In one of your posters, where you say, rise with the nigger. Who is the nigger?
Yes.
Are you the nigger? What does that mean?
I am a nigger.
What does that mean?
Highlight a video movement in Ekiti State following the official confirmation of Governor Biodun Oyebanji as the All Progressives Congress gubernatorial candidate for the 2026 election on Monday. Well, the video captures the scene after the reception where Governor Oyebanji and prominent APC members, including Edo State Governor Monday Okwebolo and Kogi State Governor Usman Ododo, posed for photos outside the event, when a voice from the crowd is heard hailing Governor Okwebolo, calling him the trusted son of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the light of Edo, and the king of the South-South region. Let's take a look.
The governor of Edo State, that is the first son of Atako. So, Atako rescue, the trusted son of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The trusted son of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Atako. The king of the South-South. The king of the South-South. The king of the South-South. Atako rescue, the light of Edo. The hope of Edo. The first son of Jesus Christ. The hope of Edo people. God bless the day Edo people elected Senator Monday Okwebolo. Light of Edo, the best governor Edo have ever get. Progressive governors, the only governors that stand with Asiwaju, they never betrayed. God bless the executive governor of Edo State, Akbako. My life principal, Akbako. My life principal, Akbako. Governor of Kogi State, Ododo, the governor of Kogi State. The finest governor of Kogi State. Ododo. The governor of Kogi State. Ododo. May you live long with the governor of Edo. Oh,
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who have a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alexi.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address you already the way I like. You don't know what she already did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. I'm not joking. You understand? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time,
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Saturday, November the 1st, 2025. Happy New Month, as they say in Nigeria. We welcome all of you to a new month. We have 2 more months left. And yeah, we're joining you live from New York City. Thank you for being here, all of you in the studio, those on the comment section, those watching at home. Today is another Saturday, and we are bringing you Have Your Say 247, the program that will allow you to come and air your view on issues in the news. Thank you for All right, as always, there are several issues in the news. Let's start with issues outside of Nigeria. In Tanzania, there was an election and it led to protests. A lot of people have been killed. It's quite unlike Tanzania, what's going on there. And we have a female president there who ran for re-election, but she had the opposition members locked up, just like the men do in Uganda and Cameroon and other parts of the continent. So now we're going to weigh in on what's going on in Tanzania and why we are having difficulties in Africa getting this democracy right. Back to Nigeria, let's start with the intervention of President Trump. Trump this week weighed in on the issue we've been talking about, which was what is happening in Nigeria. Is it a Christian genocide? Why is it that I can't bring out the tweet? All right, I can't get the tweet on, but I'll find it later today. Trump weighed in and essentially said that Christianity is under threat in Nigeria, and he declared that Nigeria is a country of particular concern, which led to reactions from the Nigerian authorities. Bayelsa reacted, everybody, the president, they all reacted to Trump. None of them acknowledged that people are dying in Nigeria, and they've not been able to do anything to save the lives of Nigerians. And it's quite unfortunate. But, there are several reactions from different people, people celebrating, people thinking that Nigeria is going to hell, that Trump is causing trouble. Some people say that he's sowing the seed of division in Nigeria. But Nigerians have been divided for a long time. It's not Trump that you blame for that. But anyway, we weigh on that and get your views on what is going on. President Trump, that and the Secretary of State, they are heating up this issue for Nigerians, and everybody is reacting in different ways. So we get to that. We get to Tinubu's reversal of pardon he issued to some people who were locked up, drug dealers, kidnappers, and the lady that killed the husband. So we talk about that. Why did he do that? Is it the right thing to do? Some lawyers are saying that you can't pardon people and turn around and say, oh, I don't pardon you anymore. You have to go back to prison. So we want to know what you think about that. There are more stories coming out from the supposedly coup attempt. We are now hearing that people were penciled down to be killed in the coup. There was this interesting story at Sahara Reporters was reporting that the finance minister, that he collapsed when he heard that his name was on the list. So we will touch on all those and many more stories, because as we're here live, more stories are breaking, more things are happening across Nigeria. So again, thank you for joining us. We are going to begin our conversation by welcoming people who are in the studio. If you're in the studio, you want to join us, please turn on your camera. It's really one of our conditions for us to bring you in. If your camera is off, we won't bring you in. Thank you for joining us. As always, Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Jefferson, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you very much.
And Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you.
All right. So I mentioned a few things that in the news. I believe I mentioned that Shoyinka's visa was revoked, and he called a press conference and expressed his shock that he was. That was how the newspapers reported it. That Shoyinka was surprised that his visa was revoked. So let me start by finding out if there is any big story I missed. Mr. James, anything you are watching that I did not mention?
In the Republic of, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. In the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, there was also a coup plot in Guinea-Bissau.
When?
Not far from the Gambia.
Yeah, when?
I think about a week or so ago, some people were arrested in Guinea-Bissau. And you know of what happened in Mozambique. There was a military takeover in Mozambique.
Oh yeah, that Mozambique?
I think it's
Madagascar.
Oh, sorry, Madagascar, Antananarivo.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Antananarivo is the capital. Yes, it's Madagascar.
Yes, that was last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see the trend. Thank you so much. All right, Jefferson, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you.
Is there anything you are watching that I did not mention that is important?
Oh, yeah, if I want to mention the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern.
Oh, yeah, I mentioned that.
Okay. Of course, and the response and all that. Okay. I thought you missed that one out.
No, I did. You can miss that. Okay.
Okay, I think that's it.
Okay, all right. Righteous Man, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
How are you?
Well, I'm good. I'm alive.
It's few more days to Christmas, so Nigeria should be buzzing now, and people should be happy. Forget about all the hardship of the previous month.
A hungry man is an angry man. So there is no happiness in the life of Nigerians that lives here. You know, there is no religious celebration that can take away hunger from man. There is no amount of prayer you can pray to stop hunger when it comes. So Christmas or no Christmas, the issue of Nigerians being hungry is the thing that need to be discussed. Well, I think there's some breaking news in Nigeria that you didn't mention. One is PDP suspension of the national secretary. Somebody had been suspended, and their legal advisor had been suspended. About 4 or 5 National Working Committee members suspended. And Anyanwu in return also suspended the PDP national chairman, acting national chairman or substantive national chairman. I don't know. So there are a lot of crises in PDP. So suspension and counter suspension. That's the breaking news you didn't mention. And in Edo City, there is a community crisis between the Edos and the Arewas that led to burning of houses and possibly some deaths occurring. In Kebbi State, the unknown gunmen abducted the deputy speaker, Bagadu, in Kebbi State. And towards afternoon today, some certain villages in one of the northern states were ransacked, and there was killing that took place. So that's the breaking news we're having right now. And it seems like the Naira gained a little strength, but the strength it's gained over the dollar is not reflecting in the price of items in the Nigerian market. So that's what I have right now.
All right. Thank you so much. People are reminding me about the situation in Sudan, where there is real fights, serious fight going on, and people are dying, genocide, they are saying. in Sudan that we don't cover Sudan a lot. And I've seen figures about 700 people died in Tanzania at the protest there. It's scary, to think about that. All right, comparable facts. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning and good afternoon. Today is a very interesting day. Say bring out your popcorn, and bring out your tea, and let's rumble. A lot of information coming from Nigeria, not just Nigeria, Africa as a whole. It has become very endemic about the unrest going on in Africa. I mean, in the last 2 weeks, it has gone to a different dimension. I mean, coup in Madagascar, the unrest in Tanzania. Their number one music pop star is on the run. Flat Long Diamond, he's on the run because he's a supporter of the lady. He has been tweeting, he's in bed with the lady. So yeah, he's on the run right now. Nobody knows where he is. So like you said, it's about 700 people here, but we don't need that an empirical data to buy that up. Another guy, Juma Zoo, he don't follow Nigerian hunting. They're married to Yabo, daughter. They went and ransacked, his store. But they claim that the store worth about $700. I don't know about that, but it's a clothing store. I saw this store. So, but the things are, of course, about port beer, I mean, I think Mr. James said something about Guinea-Bissau, coup. So it's just an endemic, I mean, Africa is unrivaled. And of course, you have your country that will never be short of news. So, I mean, we got a lot in our face. I don't even want to add anymore, okay? Yeah. I don't know how much I can consume, man.
All right. Thank you, comparable facts. Mr. James, you wanted to say something?
You mean me?
Yeah, I thought you wanted to say something.
No, I was trying to add credence to what my friend said. Guinea-Bissau, there was problem.
Okay. Yeah. So, all right, let's begin. I wanted to add that in the issue of the coup in Nigeria, whether there was a coup or not, one other thing that came up was that former governor of Bayelsa State is denying that he was a sponsor of the coup because the military intelligence, they stormed his house in Abuja looking for him, arrested his brother, and but he was in the UK. I think he went for medical treatment. I'm talking about Sylva, former governor of Bayelsa State. All right, let's begin with the big story, which was Trump. Trump's involvement in the Nigerian story with a tweet, just a tweet. Trump put himself into the story and magnified it beyond what can be ignored by the government of Nigeria. So this is what Trump tweeted out. Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Thousands of Christians are being killed. Radical Islamists are responsible for this mass slaughter. I'm hereby making Nigeria a country of particular concern. But that is the least of it. When Christians or any such group is slaughtered, like is happening in Nigeria, something must be done. So Trump deeply involved, and the Nigerian government, as expected, reacted to that by saying that exactly what they've been saying, that this is not Christian Muslim fight, that everybody is being killed. What do you think, Mr. James?
You see, this problem of genocide, in my opinion, is Nigeria's internal affairs. America has got a lot of problems, just as we have our problems. We should not outsource our problems to other people to solve for us. We have the capability to solve these problems. If we are unable to solve it, that is our cup of tea. This is how I see it. I don't so much like other people interfering in Africa's internal affairs. It is only when Africans are able to get themselves organized that people have the chance to interfere in their problems. That is how I see it. This is our internal problem. We have, I want to believe, I might be wrong, but I want to believe we have enough educated men and women to solve this problem of insecurity in Nigeria. If we are unable to use them, I wonder how a foreign power will come and solve it for us without giving us what they call conditionalities. Because in the world we live in these days, nothing is free. The Americans come to help you solve the problem. You just have to give something in return, either crude oil, or you give them a military base, or whatever it is. It's every man to himself and God for us all. So we should learn to solve our problems in our own way. I don't have much to say about this. I think I'll wait.
Let me ask you, James. If you look at Sudan, it's our problem. Nobody's getting involved, and we are not solving it. And people are dying. So should we just allow? You look at Congo too. People have been dying there for more than 30 years.
There's no war in Africa, of today in particular, that hasn't got internal, what you call interference.
Okay.
There must be something they are fighting for in Sudan behind the scene.
Okay, James. So behind the scene they are involved, but they are not out there trying to stop it. So should we just allow people to be dying in Africa because we are incapable of solving our problems?
Can we cite any example of a war in Africa foreigners have helped us to solve?
No, I'm not saying that we have examples everywhere, but the point is that what should we do? What should we say?
There was war in Liberia some time ago. Liberia is America's foster child. Their only pseudo colony in Africa. When the war broke out, they packed all their troops from what called Liberia and went to Kuwait to restore the emir of Kuwait, whom Saddam Hussein deposed. Nigeria had to go there and solve this problem for them in Liberia. When war broke out in Sudan, Sierra Leone, we also, African should learn how to solve their problems in their own way. Because, when we solved this problem for the Liberians, we did not give them conditionalities. We did not tell them we want to mine the, iron ore at Bomi Hills. We did not tell the Sierra Leoneans we want to mine the diamond and gold. We did it as African brothers to brother, on African brother basis. But when non-Africans come and interfere with our problems, we pay very dearly for it. I don't know of any problem, I don't know of any problem in Africa which foreigners have solved for us, even in South Africa. If not the way Nigeria, Ghana, and the frontline states took the problem of independence so serious. Foreign countries were just being hypocritical. They were doing business with South Africa, Zimbabwe, and other, Anyway, this is how I see it.
You see, I know that you know more and you have more to share, and that's why I'm trying to push you to share more with us, and you are doing it now. So why is it that Africans are not going to Sudan to solve the problem in Sudan?
The problem is this. Foreign interference in Africa's affairs. For example, the government in Nigeria came to power at Chatham House in London. That's where they, that's where they chose the leader. So whatever they do in Nigeria must receive the blessing of Chatham House in London. And the people at Chatham House, they are fighting for their own interests. The way people of other parts of the world are fighting for their own interests. So this is why Nigeria need to get ourselves organized. If we cannot do it, let the Ghanaians do it. If the Ghanaians can't do it, let the South Africans do it. But when non-Africans are coming here to solve problems for us, we pay very dearly for it.
So James, let me go back to the question. The question is simple. I understand what you're saying. We can, obviously, we've lost a lot of people in Nigeria in the last 10 years. We can't do it. Are you saying that no, obviously we can't. Why are you saying that we should call on South Africa, Ghana to come and help us?
No. What I mean, African problem should be handled by Africans.
Yeah.
We can do this. Sorry, when Jonathan Goodluck was there, I was told, I think they hired mercenaries from South Africa to fight in Nigeria. Did they not achieve success? If we had gone to any other countries outside Africa, that success would not have been achieved. We would have mortgaged our independence and security, and we will spend money, waste money just for nothing. When Africans put their heads together, from the look of things, I mean, we tend to reap some benefit. Like in the Gambia here, in 2016, we had a very serious problem. It took Buhari just a trip to the Gambia, and the problem was resolved.
Okay. One last thing. Obayo Nanoga tweeted today to the Secretary of State, Rubio, saying, what we need from you is give us arms so that we can deal with this problem.
No.
We don't have arms.
Give us arms. What about the Tucano jets they bought? What happened to it? The substantial amount of money they've been pouring into the military in Nigeria. What is happening to the money? I mean, to the arm. Sorry, to the money. Now, is America the only producer of arms? They can go to Russia, they can go to China, they can go to other European countries manufacturing arms to get arms. And do we need ballistic missiles to fight these people? The answer is no. It's just light weapons they are using. We don't even need Tucano jets. Now, look at it this way. Is it one Arab country send a list of terrorist sponsors to Nigeria for them to prosecute? Nigeria up to today refused to release the identity of those people. Look at Sheikh Gumi. He was barred from from Saudi Arabia from performing a particular Hajj or so because of his toxic utterances bordering on terrorism. We have not been able to do him anything here. There was a man in Egypt, a Nigerian who was arrested in Egypt, I can't remember his name, connected with this terrorist business. So we are not ready to solve this problem. The issue is that we are not tired of saying we are tired. When we are tired of saying we are tired, we will know what to do. But I'm opposed to foreigners interfering in our internal affairs. I do not blame them, because in the world we live in these days, it's every man to himself and God for us all. If Africans have the chance to colonize Europeans, they will do worse things to them than they did to us. Take it from me.
Okay, Mr. James, thank you so much. Jefferson, Trump is saying that we have to do more, that this is just the beginning. Do you support that? Are you afraid? Do you think that Africa can solve this problem? Why do we have to wait until Trump weighed in before we took this seriously? we are buying plane. Go ahead.
Okay, let me start from Memorial. We all know how Boko Haram started, right? Boko Haram started in a certain way, blah, blah, blah. Of course, we had different regimes from Yaradua. Funny enough, under Yaradua's regime, he tried to silence it, then the thing started up again. But I don't want to even go into all those things. We're trying to look into the root cause. At least there was some serious conscious effort by Jonathan to resolve this issue at the time. But when he was doing it to Hijirika, the late President Buhari was saying that if you continue with the way you are decimating them, it's like you're going to decimate most of the Northerners. We all know all that, but I'm going to let that slide. I want to go fast forward into now. Mr. James and everyone in this panel, let us not deceive ourselves. We cannot solve the problem on our own anymore. In fact, we are playing with it. Yes, I will say it with my full chest. I don't care what anybody thinks. Well, I will say it with my full chest, because when this killing was going on, the military will look the other way, the police will look the other way, the security will look the other way. For how long are we going to continue this, our hypocrisy? How long are we going to continue it? I support it 100% what is happening to us. This is karma at work. And don't forget, to the same Tinubu, about 2014, was also making commentary that, America needs to look into the whole situation, that they are killing Christians. So, sometimes when we do things, we have short memory and make it look like as if that we don't know. You just act as if we don't know what we are doing, basically. We can solve our problem by ourselves. We can solve our problem. How be it that up till now, we cannot provide basic security for life and property in the country? We ask for arms, we collect money to solve this, do whatever. We say all manner of rubbish all the time. But yet, to even protect life and property is an issue. people are supposed to be worshiping God in truth and in spirit in their own location. A fellow Nigerian will go and kill, or terrorists will go and kill them, and then the military are supposed to protect life and property with bat and eye. Or is it within the insurgency that is happening, where the military is supposed to be killing, what they call it, the terrorists, and then they will be minimizing or managing the amount of people they kill. Instead of killing the whole 100 that is causing problem, they will kill 20. If you want to kill 25, someone will attack him and say, "Oh, don't kill, they are killing them too much." Why are we deceiving ourselves here? Or Nigeria, yes, we used to go and do peacekeeping in other countries, in other African countries. So those are like, how many times have our Nigerian government asked other African countries to come and do peacekeeping in our own country? Okay, look at what Traore is doing now and all these other countries. Are they not our brothers? If Nigeria is serious, they know they are working something out. They could have gone to collaborate with these guys to see how they can be able to solve insecurity in the problem. Or is it not Chad? Is Chad not close to us up there? Chad not there up there? You think Chad is happy that what is happening? Because the things indirectly affecting them. It's affecting them. Now everybody is crying for, including our presidency. They are crying for that. It's not just Christians they are killing. No, they are killing Muslims. I'm sorry to say, I'm not going to be mean to our Muslim brothers, but the truth be told is that our Muslim brothers now then cause this problem. I will save my full chest, and I don't give it down anybody thinks. I don't look. Listen, I love Christians, I love Muslims, I love everybody, but I hate hypocrisy. I hate hypocrisy. Our fellow Muslim brothers have not been sincere. They have never been sincere about all this thing from the beginning. They're not sincere. Every time they have agenda, now only they get agenda. People want to live in peace. If our Christian brothers are causing problems in the north, let them bring out all the receipts. We're all here. Let us discuss it out. That the Christians are causing problems in the north. Let them bring out the receipts. Then if they can bring out the receipts, then we will not understand where we're coming from. But there has never been a situation like that. Look at Deborah they killed in Sokoto. Until today, the Sultan of Sokoto is being like he didn't know what he's talking about. Just because of indifferences. Is that not an example? Who saved Deborah's family? It was what's his name? That Omega pastor, OPM pastor. He knew about it. He sent for the family and least gave them refuge. What did other people do during that period? They think you not concern them, you not concern them. And it is a pattern. It's a very stupid pattern. It's a very terrible pattern. Sometimes our Muslim brothers should tell themselves the truth. Who is ruling Nigeria today? It's not Muslim ticket. What was the agenda? When they get the power, they have everything under control. And they stylishly wanted to put in what they call it. They stylishly wanted to put in Sharia into the national constitution. I just laughed when they tried to do it because I knew it's all fun and games. Because they all think that all Nigerians are stupid being in the country. They don't have any rights. There's only that I know what's good for them. So nobody else knows what is good for them, right? Look, we have been so respectful. We have come to a point where we cannot manage the crisis by ourselves. Anybody that will come out here and tell me that the person is deluded. Now we are crying that the US is coming to come and save, to come to the country. Not because if we're able to do it by ourselves, they don't need to come. And of course, it's not for free. There may be one or two things will not come in because we cost it. So next time, when this kind of thing happen, let us be sincere about things. Let's not just not be beaten about the bush.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. Let me just point out, you mentioned a few things. Let me point out that when Jonathan was in power, these were some of the tweets that
yes.
Tinubu was sending out. The festering Boko Haram attacks on the northeast and massacre of innocent citizens is concrete proof that Nigeria has no government. Let me show you another one from Tinubu at the same period. The slaughtering of Christian worshippers is strongly condemnable. It calls to question the competence of Jonathan to protect the Nigerians. So these are things that as opposition leader, he was sending out, and he could identify what was going on in Nigeria as a massacre of Christians. But now he's thinking that it's something else. So let's go to Righteous Man. Welcome, you're next. What do you make of Trump getting himself involved in Nigerian matter as a solution? Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening to every panelist here. The last speaker spoke at least 70% of my mind. I don't think that Trump, I think Dr. Rudolph, you are giving Trump a bad caption. Trump did not get himself involved. Nigerians were the people that went to the United States and cried to them for help. Not Trump. Don't say Trump got himself involved. No. Nigerian Christians, associations of Christian bodies, traveled to US and cried for help. Nigerian preachers, through different medias, reached out to the Americans, to European Union for intervention. So it is not Donald Trump issue. And I think the data that the Americans have at hand, Ted Cruz and the man that Ronald Mokore bribed to come and save the face of the government that failed. I forgot something, Arnold or whatever. The data, the statistics they have on ground or at hand were all living proofs to show that something terrible was happening in Nigeria. It is not good for us to forget the recent things that have occurred in Nigeria, the massacring, the killing of innocent worshippers. The last speaker did mention about Deborah. And the question I want to ask you, please, if you can help me. I don't live in the United States. I've not been there before. What happened to Deborah? If it did happen to an American citizen, American migrant in the United States, do you think that those people who led to that mob that got that girl killed and burnt, that they will go scot-free? Do you think that any political party in America that was leading America at that point in time will allow it to go scot-free, or that party will win the next election if nothing was concrete was done? Can it happen in America? The mother of Deborah, the presidency did nothing. The case was just closed like that. How about Ali Shuaibu, that innocent Christian girl that refused to denounce her faith and was taken into captivity to today? Is the government of Nigeria saying anything about that little girl? Has she not been forgotten? How about the Baptist church, where a lot of students were taken into captivity? Have all of them been recovered? The Americans and the rest of the world were taking data of this event in Nigeria and waiting for government to act decisively, which they failed. So it is not Trump. Hating Trump, don't drag Trump into it. His acting is based on the position he occupied as the American president, and it falls on his table to act because of the report and the data that he had in his possession, which also prove that the Nigerian government have been complicit in handling our security issues. If anybody tells you, listen, that Nigeria is safe, that person is a liar. It must not be Boko Haram, it must not be ISWAP, it must not be bandits. The entire Nigerian state is unsafe. Because if your car gets spoiled, I live in Lagos. Let's assume that you have a broken vehicle on the road. Within a twinkle of an eye, you will see these Agboros They will round you up and begin to demand money from you. If you fail to pay, they will vandalize your vehicle and maybe possibly got you beaten. I was driving sometime, I think a few weeks ago. I was coming from Sango Ota down to Oshodi, and my vehicle started jacking. So I called my mechanic. He asked me, "Where are you?" I mentioned the place. He said, "Please, sir, do everything possible," because it was around 7 o'clock, 7:30 p.m. He said, "Do everything possible to make sure you do not park around that place, because your life will be at risk. Your vehicle will also be vandalized." I am talking of a mega city they call Lagos State. In a secured environment, in an environment where the government is living up to expectation, should I, as a citizen, have such fear that my life is in danger just because I have my vehicle, having some problem at that very good hour of the day? So the issue of Nigerian Christians being massacred and what the decision that Trump has taken is a welcome development. Perhaps it's going to make our government to sit up and value the life of Nigerians. Our lives are not secure. That is just the truth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Righteous Man. Comparable facts. Righteous Man agrees that Trump...
Greetings, everybody that just came in late. It's very, very interesting about what's going on. But let me start with a quote from Donald Trump. You already read it, and he said the Christians face existential threat, and he can't stand for such atrocity. I didn't quote him Barbados, So right now he has sent delegates to investigate about what happened. I don't think Ted Cruz is one of the committee or whatever. And he stated all options on the table, which includes sanction and other kind of things, that has not been implemented yet. So why am I saying this? I feel for my country, okay, because what actually happened, they have let a foreign country, United States, define what is actually going on in Nigeria. The genocide, you can call it a partial genocide. So let's not miss word. There's a targeted Christians. Because Nigeria doesn't keep data. The reason why I say they let the foreign people define them, the data you can get is from United States and Western countries. They make it sound like about 63,000 to 33, which is half and half, that more Christian has been killed. Whether more Christian has been killed or more Muslim has been killed, that's not even the issue. Nigerians are dying. So let's call it what it is. Right? Is that a genocide? Is that targeted against the Christian? Yes, there is. Genocide, is an evil against the tribe. You can tribe or section of people or Christians or whatever. There's a genocide going on in Nigeria, but so let's call it what it is. We know what's going on in Southern Kaduna, even as of yesterday. There's a lot of killing going on in Southern Kaduna, kidnapping. Of course, we know what's going on in Benue. Our government has been an ear about what's actually going on. They didn't try to tackle it until they let a foreign people define it. They don't even have the data to show people right now. Say, okay, if you're gonna say there's no Christians are not dying, what the data? They don't have. The only data, empirical data that's available, I don't know how far it is. It's an estimate. It's by foreign people. So the guy, Trump envoy, came here. Was it about last month? I think his name is Marshall Bully or whatever, the one, representing Arab and South Africa. Of course, he's a Muslim. And he stated there's no genocide going on in Nigeria. More Muslims are dying. From American government, they're not stupid. They know what's going on. So they're not even going to listen. Even at all, he's an envoy representing Trump in Arab and America. They didn't even listen to him, what he said. They have the data. The world is so global right now. You can get information more than the people in Nigeria. We have more information more than the people in Nigeria, So people don't realize what's the implication, what may happen. Because I feel sorry for the country, because where we are going right now, we are trying to improve our economy. Whether Tinubu is doing right or he's doing wrong, that's a debate for another day. But this is going to have a lot of implication on on Nigeria if actually if they actually take the route they want to take right now. So let's see what happens when the people that he sent investigate happen. But regardless, like I said, it's going to have some economic factor. I can't even the investor perception. You don't expect people to come and invest in the country. Like they say there's a conflict, religious atrocity. No, investors is not going to come in. They may even stop the aid program, tourism and all that kind of thing, visa restriction. Of course, we know the currency, how our currency may weaken, inflation, another impact it may have. Is this actually, take effect? But maybe this is a good thing. In other way, you can look at it in a good way. Maybe this will awaken the Nigerian government to do something. Because they have been lackadaisical about what's happening. Even you just posted what Tinubu said. This hypocrite when it comes to Nigerian government. You said this during the Jonathan time. And
all right. Compare fast. Thank you.
Let me learn. Give me.
No, the time is up. I have to. We have so many people and we have so many topics. We can't spend more than 4 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry. KJ, you're next. So what I want people to do is don't repeat what other people have said so that we can get to what do you think will happen next and how is the government reacting, whatever angle you want to take. 4 minutes.
Okay, here's my angle. What is happening now is not new. We saw it coming. It was politically removed. When the Buhari regime came, they did everything possible to woo the American Secretary of State, who went and said, "Oh, these things they are farmer headers clash." If you go back to the meetings, you will see that he made a very big conference saying it was farmer headers clash and it had nothing to do with whatever we are facing now. So that was why it was in the first place dropped, not because the level of terrorism had come down. Some days ago, last week to be precise, I talked about Dogona Hawa on the massacre that went on. That was 2010, which I did a story. I was great. I mean, I had the privilege of doing that story. Today, the same reverend have gone to that spot. There's a video now trending for which we can all look at, and we are surprised because I did a story on Bishop Kuka's church when it was bombed, and when there was massacre there. Unfortunately, he came to say this is not happening. You see, the truth is we forget that these foreign countries have embassies and they have attaches whose business is to scout for information of what is happening on ground and then give the reports back to their country. The little one that they refuse to subscribe or to ascribe terrorism to IPOB everywhere in the world except in Nigeria. So they have more information and they're not going to be biased with their information. Now, whether we think it is politically motivated or not, or whether we think, no, Trump is not jumping in, and I can assure that no American boat is going to be on ground. What they're going to do is to look for those who are fueling these things and cut off their supply. And that's as simple as that. Because remember, before Buhari government, when Buhari government was still on, there was a lot of this thing going on in the East. But now that Tinubu has come and cut off that supply, you can see that most of those their so-called government have returned to senders. And so relative calm is returning back to the East. And so very soon there'll be no story to tell because the money has run out. So this is what will happen. This is what is going on. And for any well-known Christian to come and say it is not that, they keep bringing the argument. But it's not only Christians. Muslims are too being killed. Who cares? They are Muslims. You didn't say they are Christians. So if the Muslims decide to be killing themselves, should we also allow them to be killing us because they want to kill themselves? Those communities that as I'm sitting here, worked on, did a lot of work on those communities. They are no longer more Christian communities. They've been wiped off. Majority of them are no longer there. They have been taken over by Islamists and their cows. Are you saying that these things are not true? These are facts that it can be verifiable. They are there, out there. They are out there. And if there's anything worth, I will do everything possible to bring some of those people on ground so that we can see them here tell their stories. It's not no gainsaying in trying to make it look as if somebody is trying to paint Nigeria black. We should be able to solve our internal problem. If we refuse to solve it, then the world will step in. It's just like you beating your wife. Every day you're fighting your wife, beating your wife, and you think your neighbor will not one day break your door to come and save the woman before you kill her. It won't happen. That's what's happening here. If we think, look, it's Rudolph, think about it, because that's what runs me mad. You send your officials to go and defend a policy that you can simply take care of in your backyard. You send people to go and tell them this is not happening, and it's not only the Christians, it is all of us. But why don't you solve it? You have the ability to solve it, and you're not solving it, and you don't want people to come and help you solve it. You can't eat your cake and have it back. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. Comrade Omori, you're next.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Always a pleasure to be here. My greetings to all the panelists. Uncle James, I greet you specially. Domoza. Yeah, there is a limit to which you can continue to deceive ourselves as a people. You know, I've watched for the past month, like 2 months, it's over 2 months ago, people deliberating on whether there is genocide in Nigeria or no genocide. In our ramification, the happenings in Plateau, Kaduna, Benue, all the way to Edo and all the rest of part of Nigeria, Bonu. There's every right tick in Nigeria. There's no doubt there is genocide going on. But whether you call it Christian genocide, really ethnic genocide, or Muslim genocide, genocide is genocide. So it's like, I mean, I've been watching, I've not been able to make my contribution. It's like you have a rotting rat in your room that is smelling all over. Instead of removing the rat and mop it up, you are applying deodorant to suppress the odor. How long do you continue to do that? We have to face this problem squarely. I'm going to look at this issue from 3 angles. Number 1 is the security angle, they coming through. The other one is economic angle. And the last one is the political angle, which is very key. The security angle, there's no doubt, like I said, Nigerians have been dying. It doesn't matter. Death is death. Human being is human being. I don't care whether you're a Muslim or a Christian. I mean, I was in a platform about 2 weeks ago. I'm like, Buhari supported these people. He openly called it Boko Haram. And now we have opportunity of a certain president who wasn't too comfortable with such statements. By my own assumption, what are we doing? Is he still looking at them as his own Muslim brothers? How long do we continue like that as a nation? So we must call a spade, no matter who else is God. So if they cannot listen to us at home, they cannot campaign for us to win election. All the same, they find themselves in office. If the only thing they fear is America, let them come. I understand the angle people are coming from. America, this is a transactionary, president. He's coming to take our resources and everything. If they take our resources and that can make us safe, so be it. You can't talk of resources when you're not safe. Nobody is talking about foreign investors. No foreign investors will come and put their money where there is no security. Security is very key. So the other political angle, there is a rumor making the rounds that your drug baron contributed immensely to Kamala Harris' campaign to the tune of thousands of millions of dollars. So these bullies are aware and is going to take revenge, either by hook or by crook, whether you like it or not. So that one also has an implication for 2027. Go and mark it down. So if they continue the way they are going, Jagaba may be up for a big task towards 2027 realization. What happened to Jonathan through Obama may happen to him. And the economic interest is, if they're coming for the community interest, they're interested in 1 or 2 mineral resources, let them take it, provided Nigerians are safe. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, Comrade Murray, thank you so much. John Abba, welcome to the show.
Dr. Rudy, it's nice to be with you, the fellow panelist. You want to rephrase your question, or just want to talk?
Oh no, just take it from any angle. People are mentioning this issue of what is going to cost Nigeria if America shows interest in Nigerian affair in terms of helping to solve this problem that Nigeria apparently cannot solve or do not want to solve.
Well, thank you. I don't believe that they are there to solve any problem. rather to turn it to their own advantage of whatever it may be. I also don't believe that you have the right judgment to influence in a positive way. Americans are dying. There's no food. People are starving. A lot of challenges in America as well. We understand our unique problem, but I believe it's lack of leadership in our society, in our country, and the citizens, home and abroad, should do more. I saw a young man who is working, I think he's from whether Edo State or Delta, with the security personnel, chasing or rescuing people from the kidnappers and making the community more safe than it is before. We all have part to play as a citizen, uh, and that is the Nigerian people have to rise up to their own challenges, believing that any foreign, because Americans have a bigger influence around the world, will solve our problem. I don't believe it. I think that's miscalculations by
So
people.
Janaba, who should solve it? What should we do? People have died beyond what should be acceptable to any society. If America, you don't want America to come or anybody from outside, who should solve it?
They can come, but they cannot solve it. The leadership have to rise up to the challenge.
But they are not. They are not.
One of the panelists says that during Buhari, that the citizens were dying and they asked them to stay away. And the comment coming from Tinubu, then even yourself, you mentioned it, that he was against it. But now he's the president of the country. Why is he not doing anything to protect the citizens that is presiding over? It's lack of will. It's not that they don't or they cannot solve it. And watch now that you make it a topic. 1 year from now, let's keep spinning this language or thinking American will solve it. This is not the first time that Nigerians have come to a level of anything, and so Americans should come and help us or solve our problem. When you have a problem in your immediate family, even in your own household, there are ones that the law of the land will not allow you to do. But there are ones that have a responsibility. They may arrest you as many times as you commit the crime. If it is a bailable offense, they will bail you. If it is a crime that will give you time in jail, they give you. If it is thing that they will take you to mental health institution to hold you, they will hold you and release you. That doesn't solve anything. So Nigerian people have to rise up. The leadership have to have the political will and trying to push this thing. If you think America is going to solve it, any other nation, it's not going to happen. And we are here to see it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dexter, Janaba is saying that we'll just wait. In a year from now, we see that America could know how to solve any problem. So what is your take?
Thank you. I think there's something that we do in Nigeria. You know, we don't want to be progressive about things. It's like having a cancer and saying, "Oh, if I do chemotherapy, my hairline is going to go off and it's going to affect me. Oh, so let's just wait let me just stay. You know, let me just stay, and the cancer will kill me." But first of all, it's and this is the reason why the country can't work. When we cannot even be honest with ourselves about things, when a country cannot have fairness, justice, truth, there's no need for it. But what we do is that people just where they are benefiting, they just keep on spilling the narratives, the propaganda. Is it not supposed to be a concern? If 10 people die in your community, are you not supposed to be bothered? If you're in your community and some people invade your community and kill even one person, is it not enough for you to be concerned? If you are, look, in the UK, there was Keir Starmer was in the European Union. They were having a meeting. There was a bombing in Manchester. He left it. He left the meeting he was with the European leaders. He left it and came to Manchester. He visited the site immediately. Whoa, then Nigeria, 60-something people will die. The president will be traveling out. What do you expect? It's like you having a child and you have children in your house. The children in your house are dying. Then you are traveling. Then somebody says, "Oh, it's like they're killing your children." You say, "No, children are dying everywhere. You know, children die everywhere. Children die everywhere. So it doesn't really matter." You know, and when unfortunately, when the foreigners hear the narratives our government and officials spill, they have no other reason than to take the action they have taken. They are telling you that people are dying. Instead of you to say, yes, so please, instead of you to even go and gather the right statistics and show that you are doing the right thing. A typical example, look at what the Tinubu administration is doing in the finance sector. You know, trying to make sure that the country is credit-worthy so that they can get credit, making sure that they are paying up all the debts. Oh, we're owing you here. They're right, yes, we'll pay you up. Why didn't they do that due diligence in the security sector? People are dying. Why don't you go and look? Can they even tell us the names of the people that die? You know, these are the things that, and the unfortunate is that, you know, Nigerians, that's why I say there's a generation of Nigerians, you can't change them. Because it's a generation of Nigerians that have been trained to accept, you know, they can accept the lowest of the low standards. You know, people, and unfortunately, that is the most religious generation. Telling you that, oh, don't worry, it will get better. It's getting worse. Oh, don't worry, it will get better. Leave the situation. Then when somebody wants to take action, you say, no, don't do anything. Don't touch it. It will get better. It gets worse. But the story is that tomorrow will always, when you tell somebody, don't worry, I'll do it tomorrow will never come. It will never come. I'm not saying I support what the US are doing. What Donald Trump wants to do, not my business. It's what we do. It's what we, Nigerian, what the leadership of Nigeria does. That is my business. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So just for the purpose of those who are going to speak next, I give you warning bell and then 30 seconds before the time, and then you have 30 seconds to round your thoughts. I don't mean that you should just stop immediately. All right, Mazopara, you're next. Can you hear me? Mazi Apara, you're next.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, folks. Doctor, it was on Sahara when you were there. I think that was 2014, when one Honorable Aliu Farouk Adamu came to America asking the White House to arrest Jonathan because Jonathan was fighting against Islamist Boko Haram. This man was boldly, he came with, in fact, he traveled from Abuja to New York. That was, I think that was during United Nations General Assembly. He traveled. It was that something that lady, that Yoruba lady that interviewed him. He was comfortable, he sat down, he was telling Americans to arrest Jonathan because Jonathan was committing genocide against his people. That man is still in the APC. It is the same man that told you that oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa on the same clip. So this issue we are discussing today, if nothing is done, we are going to discuss it another 100 years until we tell ourselves the truth that we Nigerians were living in denial. Somebody is coming here telling you there's nothing like genocide. Dr. Rudolph, please do us a favor, because most of us here, we are not, none of our relatives are victims. Do us a favor and bring a lot of people from Kaduna, Southern Kaduna, from Plateau, from Benue State. Bring them here. Let them tell us what is happening there. Recently, a few days ago, do you know that Cable was accusing IPOB of spreading this Christian genocide narrative in the US? That was what Cable tweeted. Cable. Even it was discussed on Arise Television. Premium times, they were saying that it is IPOB that's spreading this falsehood. They are trying to tag this thing out onto Igbo people and IPOB. Yesterday, I listened to a sheikh, a very popular sheikh in Plateau State, Sheikh Jingri. He spoke in Hausa. This man is blamed everything on Igbo. That even the Christians that are being killed in Plateau State, in Middle Belt, in northern Nigeria, are caused by Igbos. This is a dangerous narrative, and this man, the DSS or the police has not queried him, has not called him for at least for a chat. And this guy is spreading this thing in a mosque, and they're telling him Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. This is the narrative. As long as we people here on this platform, we are cynical, we are not saying the truth about what is happening in Nigeria, we are going nowhere. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Maazia. Femi, you're next.
Yeah, so Doctor, I would do comparative analysis because of something you referenced about what could be done and not just repeating what someone else has said. Earlier this morning, I was listening to a playback of Candace Owens's interview with Norman Finkelstein, the American Jewish American professor, who because of the fact that it does not align with what Israel, the Zionists, are doing against Palestine, cannot even attain tenureship in any American university, as the case may be. I said this to say that a lot of times your program, the way it's designed, is such that you like to look at things from how global affairs affect local effects and just basic comparative analysis. My submission on this, I've already contributed to this previously, but my submission on this is that whilst I understand the thought process of how we brought this upon ourselves, I strongly do not believe that America or any foreign power love us that much or love Nigeria that much that they will leave their own American problems. Because let's not pretend as if America doesn't have issues like police brutality on Black people. Because I say this because of those in Nigeria, for example, that do not understand that America has similar, maybe not so similar situations as our own insecurity, but America has its own nuanced problems as well. That on the surface of it, and if you look deeper, they're so obvious, but these same people that we think love us so much, they will not take it if you try to criticize this scenario that I just painted. So I just wanted to be sure that we do not think that they love us that much. Ultimately, it's left to us to decide, even if we do need America or other foreign help, we know where they're coming. If they decide that, okay, they want to help us in terms of help, and I use that word cautiously, in terms of certain resources, surveillance, especially because even that as well, I'll still be suspicious. I do not necessarily believe that they really care like that. I still think underneath it, whether one likes it or not, a lot of these things are tied to resources, and there's no other place to grasp it as much as when you look at what's going on in Venezuela. There's an in-depth thing that's going on whenever you see all of a sudden interest of people like Ted Cruz, who doesn't know what he's talking about half the time anyway, or even Bilma. I'll keep it that way.
All right, thank you. Femi, you said something that made me remember. Shegumi's father, Abdulahil, I think Gumi, he said something during the first Gulf War. He said that in Islam, you are not allowed to drink alcohol. He was asked a question, he was being interviewed, and they asked, and I think I've said this on the show before, I don't forget that. He was asked, why is it that Kuwait, they are bringing America to help defend them during that war when Iraq attacked Kuwait? The infidel, why are they bringing the infidel to defend them? And he said that as a Muslim, you're not allowed to drink alcohol. But if you have a bone stuck in your throat, you are allowed to drink alcohol to let that bone go down. So I don't forget that. So you said something that made me remember that.
Yeah, let me just say something to that. And you're right. However, if you look at the historical perspective of how the Gulf, all of those Gulf states became where they are right now, you also understand that there's a whole lot of dynamics to it. And that's why it's not a surprise that you begin to see even the likes of Saudi Arabia beginning to pivot to Pakistan for certain kind of security. See, it's deeper than what we kind of say. So I'll just keep it that way.
All right, thank you. We have 3 more people. We change topics. We have to move quickly today. Try to be efficient, use our time well. 2 Niger is 1 Brent Cell. Welcome to the show.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
How you doing, Rudolph?
Good.
Great submission, Femi, as usual. With all of this that's going on, I think this is showing not only the ignorance of Nigerians to the happenings of geopolitics and what's happening in the world around them, but it also shows that Nigerians are a very hypocritical and wicked bunch. Now, a lot of y'all might not like to hear that, but that is the truth. I think what I'm gathering, especially from what I'm seeing online, is a lot of happiness from certain peoples that a certain section of the country is going to be decimated. While true, there are people that actually are concerned about what is going on, but a lot of people are thinking this is just a religious and tribal fiasco. This is not how the West is looking at this. I'll tell you this, Rudolph. If it's really about the fact that all of a sudden the Republicans, led by, well, of course, Donald Trump is the president, are truly concerned about Christians, forgetting the fact that Donald Trump actually has told you guys that he's not a Christian, okay? Let's look at what's going on in Palestine. Jesus, because let's cut to the chase. Jesus himself was Palestinian. Jesus's people in the Palestine were the first Christians. These people are being decimated, killed and burnt, murdered every day. None of y'all on here has ever complained about it. Even when I bring it up, I get shut down. Churches, artifacts, the first churches, 2,000 plus years old, getting destroyed every day, right there in the West Bank, in Gaza, all over Palestine. Nobody complains. And you people all of a sudden think that the same people that are supplying Israel these bombs to destroy the founders of your own religion that you claim you hold dear, you think they're going to come to Africa, which they've called a shithole, to come rescue you. You think they're going to come in there to help you. I think you people are so deluded, it is not even funny at this point anymore. So thinking that America is going to leave its own problems, like Femi just stated, to come and say, well, let's decide who's a Muslim and who's a Christian. They're not going to do that. Nigeria has a problem. Yes, Nigeria has a security problem. Yes, Nigeria has a problem where Islamists target Christians. Yes, Nigeria also has a problem where there are Christian terrorists in the southeast of Nigeria killing fellow Christians. Yes. So we can't start to pick and choose which problems that Nigeria should solve. Now, does Nigeria need help? Yes, if it is going to come from a sincere side of the planet. Are we going to get that from the Americans? I doubt that if it's the way it is going. If we're putting people like Riley Moore in charge, if you people don't know who Riley Moore is, go find out who he is. If we're people putting like Riley Moore in charge of affairs of black people, putting people like Ted Cruz in charge of it, I don't think you're going to get anything other than what Venezuela is currently about to get. We need intelligence. We do need that. And we've stated over a decade, Nigeria needs better intelligence. We don't have that. Our intelligence officers don't have the training. They don't have the equipment. We need better weapons. We have the Super Tucano for surveillance here, but do we need more things? Yes. We need a way where the main thing, Rudolph, let me say this before I get off. When have you ever seen America take care of this kind of problems? If you make the mistake of putting us on the boots with boots on the ground, what's going to happen? That country is going to get destroyed. It's going to get left alone like Vietnam. They're going to leave it alone like Afghanistan. They're going to leave it alone like they left every other place that they went in, and they never solved the issue of an internal insurgence. So what Nigeria needs to do is pull itself by the bootstraps. I've always come on here, I've said the same thing, I've reiterated it. Nigeria needs to take care of its citizens, educate them, because if you are an educated, employed populace, you will not be having all these problems where it is easy to indoctrinate people and then they can start blowing up themselves or allowing people come in, or people in the military, top hierarchy of the military, working with terrorists to destabilize their own nation. We're here. Let me not take up everybody's time. This is something I would really, really love to talk on or touch more upon. But let me give it to the next person, which is obviously Tony, whom I respect very much.
30 seconds, please.
All right, thank you. Tony, what do you have to say in 30 seconds that will change this conversation?
It's about Tunada Brensel. I think it's very disingenuous for him to come here and call us delusional. Everybody has the opinion, okay? I watch you. You always speak very sentimental. You always speak for the interest of a Muslim. I think you're a Muslim. But we have our opinion. Two things can be true at the same time: genocide in Palestine and genocide in Nigeria. So just don't come here and call us.
Wait, Rudolph, 10 seconds. What part of everything, I think you just wanted to hear yourself talk. Maybe you want to rewind what I said and maybe you'll be able to comprehend it better. I don't have time to waste. Please go listen.
All right, guys. See why I don't want this interjection. So it takes away from other people having their own view, opinion expressed. Tony, welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Damages, and greetings to everyone on the panel and those listening. Doctor, first of all, let me say that I subscribe entirely to the view of Desta. I do. I think he hit the right notes. I'm worried that some of us here are involved in what I call denialism when we see what is happening to our country. I am a victim of genocide. So when I see genocide, I understand it. I know what it is. The genocide in my country cannot be said to be in my town when it did during the Civil War was not a policy by the federal government. It wasn't something that the federal government sat down and planned and said, this is what we're going to do. But the military did do it. So what I see here, is I would align with what the Tortive said when the president visited Benue following the Yelwata massacre. And when he spoke to the president, he used the word genocide. Now, these are the people who feel the pain. These are the people who have been going through this unfortunate incident over and over again. The governor, Autumn, screamed. He talked about it. People had their eyes blocked and they said, go and show yourself to the governor. People have their hands chopped up. Villages were driven off. People were killed, burnt. And yet, the government appeared, demonstrated insensitivity to the problem of Benue. I'm just using Benue, for example. So for anyone to come and say that there is no policy, and Benue is 90% or more Christian. So for anybody to say that there's no genocide, I find it difficult to agree with that person. Even though I concede that this is not a policy of government, federal government, to exterminate certain people. But you can see, as a bystander, as an observer, if you see, the lackadaisical attitude of government, nonchalant attitude, if you like, of government, so the series of killings that have been happening all over the country, the only conclusion for an observer would be that, this is something that is targeted against certain people. And I hold that view. Now, if you go further, and you look at those who are perpetrating this evil, you want to ask, who are these people? You know the answer. Why is it a particular people who are perpetrating this in the north, in the southwest, in the east, in the west, and so on and so forth? So let us stop lying to ourselves. Now, if you take somebody from outside to point to us what we are not seeing or what we are denying that is not happening, then we have ourselves to blame. I think this focus on America and criticizing America and demonizing the American government is a shame, because we have not kept our house in order. The government has not done what it's supposed to do, and that should be the focus. The government has failed totally, and if it takes that pressure for the government to now begin to take action and defend these people, come on, we're not in a situation of war. Look at how many people who have died over the years from this nonsense. So if it takes another country to point to us to say, listen, this thing cannot continue to happen, I am with them, because we put ourselves in this situation, and it's unfortunate. The government has to wake up and stop this nonsense. Let me stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Annie Electrical, you're next.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Let me take you from the guy that spoke before Tony. Yes, you say Nigerians are delusional, and you are one of those delusional Nigerians. And that's the truth. It's annoying when people see the truth and they don't want to say what the truth is. You're propagating falsehood. Jesus is not a Palestinian. The Quran even says it. Jesus is a prophet of the Jew. In the Quran you read, I believe you must have been a Muslim. So the delusional, you just call everybody here. You just the chief of the delusional persons. And this has to stop. Lies cannot replace truth. Do I want America to come to Nigeria to fight Boko Haram? No, I don't want them. But if they have to do it, so should they. I'm not a fan of Trump. Neither am I a fan of Ted Cruz. But when somebody is doing what is right, trying to stand for the weak, then so be it. Everyone should support it. Can we solve our problem we have in Nigeria? Yes, we can. But the problem is just that the leaders we have are not functional and effective. Can anybody tell me how on this wide world that a ragtag untrained personnel will overrun the military of a country? A country like Nigeria. Tell me how. One, these people are Muslims who do this nonsense. Two, they are Fulanis. What else you want us to say? Who are they killing? They are killing the tribes that are not Fulani tribe men. They are not killing Fulanis. Who else are they killing? They are killing Christians, not Muslims, predominantly. Yes, they are killing Muslims, but the Muslims they are killing is just maybe those who do not believe in the fanaticism that they believe in. These are the truths. It's not about facts. It's the truth. If your brother is a Christian and is killed in those occasions which they overrun those communities, how do you feel? Why is Nigeria fighting any war with any country? Why do we have IDPs in Nigeria? Where is that? Well, what village? Every Nigerian comes from a village. What village do you come from? You're speaking like you're talking fake American accent, which means you live in America. If America wants to solve a problem out of generosity and magnanimity, a problem that exists in Nigeria, why should they not? It makes no sense. This dishonesty that we have is the problem we have in Nigeria. Dishonesty. People who claim to be educated refuse to tell the truth. It makes no sense. Look at how you spoke so eloquently, like the stupid Reno or Mokri. Spoke so eloquently, pretend to be one.
Are you going to let him speak on the topic, or are you just going to let him attack me?
It doesn't matter.
Or I can respond. I can respond if that's fine.
You call all of us. That's what you call everyone who is on this panel, especially those who have spoken. If we cannot tell each other
I said Nigerians. Are you Nigerians?
Hold on. If we can't tell each other the truth, then we can't solve our problems. There is genocide going on against non-Fulani tribesmen in Nigeria. There is genocide going on against Christians in Nigeria. In the northern region, it's not happening in any other part of Nigeria. There is no genocide against Christians in the southeast or in the south-south. It's only happening in the north, where they are predominantly Muslims. So let us be honest with ourselves in trying to solve the problem we have in Nigeria. This is my own proposal. We just need to be honest. It doesn't matter that if somebody's brother is being killed or somebody's sister is being killed. Provided it's not my sister, it's not my brother, then that's okay. No, it's not. Stand for the weak. Stand for justice. Stand for fairness. That's all we need.
All right. Thank you.
Rudolph, okay. Is it okay if I get 30 seconds to reply?
You don't have that. No, you don't have that. When it comes to your time,
don't be scared. Why are you scared? Why are you scared? Why are you scared?
I'll give you.
You are scared.
Hold on, guys. I'm moderating now. I'll give you 30 seconds, but that will be after Okija speaks, and then give it 30 seconds. We round up and go to another topic. But let me just remind people who are watching those on the comment section. I read your comments. That if I were to ban people, the people have said I should remove people, ban people. Nobody should speak. Nobody will be here. So my goal is that we want to hear from different viewpoints as much as possible. Anybody can come here and express themselves, as long as they are very they do that in a respectful way. They don't abuse people. We want different opinions, and we can challenge each opinion. That's the idea. All right, Okija, go ahead.
Good day. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. I don't know who was talking about the man that was preaching that it was Igbos. That's the thing about Nigeria. As you know, Natasha and Babio, they had their issue, and eventually the federal government charged, even though I don't like him, Senator Mweboni, he was charged to court. I just don't understand it. Showore, orchestrated rightly demonstration, whatever. Eventually, Igbos were arrested, and that's Nigeria. So I was looking at the list of people that were accused of being investigated for the coup. I was looking for Igbo name because I was like I hope there's no Igbo guy there because eventually it will be an Igbo coup. That's the thing about Nigeria. So I'm not surprised that some man is saying that Igbos that they are doing the genocide, but. For those I was watching, was it like a couple of weeks ago? Was it like 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago? What's his name? Our friend Njenje Media, he was here, talking about. I couldn't believe it that he was on the ground that that there was no Christian genocide. Bro, Hitler killed Polish people too. They are white people. Hitler killed somebody, like Soviet. He killed so many people. So on the way to accomplish his dream. So people, who are who are people saying that they are killing Muslims? So because they are killing Muslims, it's not a Christian, it's not a genocide against Christians. What kind of thinking is that? What is happening in Nigeria is that the Christians are being targeted, killed, they are being dispossessed of their land. that's the truth. And it's funny that during what's the Labour Party issue, whenever Labour Party people, they go and interview on, if Arise everywhere, they be asking them about, Peter Obi, he can, put things straight in Labour Party. How would he put things straight in Nigeria? I mean, this, it used to, vex me. It used to make me upset. Tinubu has over about 200,000 men, soldiers in Nigeria. He has about how many police, I don't know how many they are. And people are living in hiding camp in Nigeria. And there is no war. And you keep talking about Peter Obi and Labour Party. It's absurd. I mean, what kind of country? ID camp. Okay, Tinubu, let's say that, what's his name? Buhari. That, he was against Christians. Then Tinubu came on board. His wife is supposedly a pastor. And, what has he done to, stop this genocide happening in Christian areas? Nothing. With all his troops, with all the money, nothing. Christians, I mean, I don't know, but just like I've been saying recently, Nigeria deserves to disintegrate. Nigeria is not supposed to be a country, and I hope God continues to punish Nigeria. That's my take.
All right, thank you, Okija. Let me give 30 seconds to Nigeria's one brain cell to respond.
So listen, I think there's a problem here. A lot of people have a comprehension issue, and this is with all disrespect. A lot of y'all, instead of bringing your sentiments and emotions into issues like this, maybe if you have a slow way of understanding, because we don't all understand the same way, and I respect that. Some people on here, for all intents and purposes, might actually even be dyslexic, the way you guys respond to issues. And this is not to insult you if you are dyslexic. Maybe just take care of your issues a different way. When I say something, you have to notice most times I come from two different angles. And I never answer questions even directly because I leave it open to interpretation. So when I say certain things, if you don't understand it, instead of picking the part that ticks you off, go listen again to what I said. I did say there were Islamists that had there was an Islamist problem in Nigeria. I did say there was a problem in the southeast of Nigeria. I said all of these things. And from my brother on there, the one that's obviously not well read, that said Jesus was not a Palestinian, I think you need to go research more. In fact, I know this might tick you off, and I really hope you're not on a three-story building so you don't jump off. Jesus actually even used to call God Allah. I've brought this on here before, people went against it. Go check it out. So if it upsets you, know that your Jesus is from Palestine. In that region, they don't speak Arabic, they speak Aramaic. He spoke Aramaic, and he referred to God as Allah. If that ticks you up, I don't know how to help you. But that is it. And you said something very pertinent that I think we should be careful of. You said the Muslims being killed in the north is because they are the moderate ones. What are you trying to tell us? What, they used to give out a questionnaire to the Muslims out there and tell them, fill it out? Are you moderate? No, they killed everybody. Are Christians being killed? Yes. But we have to be careful about attaching the word genocide to it, or the way we are ascribing it as if it is a state-sponsored genocide. This is what I think a lot of people in the West are not getting. From the retort of the tweets of people like Ted Cruz, I think people in the West are thinking, oh, the federal government of Nigeria is sponsoring the killings of Christians because it's a Muslim-led government. This is what they're understanding. And I think we need to be very, very, very careful in the way we put our message forward.
Rodolph, let me say something.
No. As long as the federal government is not doing anything about it, the federal government is responsible.
Right, yeah. I said that, but I did say that. Okay, I did say that. I did say that. I did say that.
Right. Somehow we have to learn to move on.
Rudolph, let me say something.
It's just any topic.
Let me say something real quick.
I'll let you.
Let me say something real quick. Listen, my dear, we need to, when we come up here, we don't know the background of each and every one of us. So if you think, for example, you were a medical doctor, somebody is an engineer. If you think you are an engineer, somebody has a higher degree of engineering than you have. The knowledge you claim you have, don't think it is absolute. On the Jewish and Arab thing, I can lecture you on that.
No, you can lecture
Don't go down.
yourself. You can't lecture me.
All right, guys.
Hold on,
No,
hold
you
on.
can't lecture
But
me.
anyway,
Sorry,
let me say this.
Sorry,
No.
I gotta go, guys.
You should have taken your own example.
We have more than 10 topics. We have just touched one, and we over half an hour. I have like 1 hour left. So quickly, I want to talk about the coup, okay? Because remember when the story came out from Sahara, people dismissed that it wasn't true. There wasn't a coup. Now the story has changed so much that we have a list of people who were going to be killed. You can't make a list of people to be killed and it's not a coup. So at this point, I think we agree that there was a plan to do something. And I want us to weigh in the context of what's going on across Africa, in Madagascar, in Mr. James said Guinea-Bissau, is it where there was a coup? I have not seen that one. Okay.
No, the plot.
Okay. And there are crises in Tanzania as we speak, and of course the situation in Sudan. So in that context, that there was something planned by some people in Nigeria, and with Nigeria at this situation with United States, which includes other Western nations, what do you think, Mr. James? Let me come to you. I'll give everybody 2 minutes to weigh in on the coup. The story is still developing. We are seeing the names of the people who are involved, people who are still locked up, including those that ran away from the country. So it's a moving, developing story, and it's no longer just a rumor that some people plan something. James, 2 minutes.
Yeah, initially I was in doubt if there was coup or not. I mean, if there was a plot to topple the government or not. But now the names have been revealed, and none of those revealed seem to be denying their involvement. So it means actually something went wrong. But what really disturbed me is this. All the names, or less than 98%, if I'm not mistaken, of the names of the military officers are Northerners. But the laughable thing is that the money suspected to be used for the operation was brought from the Niger Delta Development Commission account. Two Southerners taking money from their own people for their own development, giving it to the Northerners to organize a coup against the country. And of course, a Northerner would have become the head of state. Muhammadu Buhari was there all along. They never thought of toppling his government because he laid the foundation of Bola Tinubu's government. They never thought of toppling his government. So what are they up to? Now, the issue is this. In the history of the country, there's only one coup that has been organized, and the coup plotters were not executed. That was January 1966 coup. For not executing them, probably that led to the outbreak of the Civil War, and 1 million people died. If they had been executed, probably the Civil War would not have broken out. I don't know. Now, Bola Tinubu should behave like the true son of his father. The penalty for coup is death by firing squad. These men, they should arrange them before military tribunal. Those who are found guilty should be sent to hell by firing squad. Coup plotters have never been forgiven in Nigeria. Now, for those two Niger Delta guys, they should be, wherever they are on planet Earth, they should bring them back. It is possible to bring them back. Oh, sorry, please give me a minute or two more. Good. Wherever they are on planet Earth, they should bring them back, and it's possible for one reason. I remember the Shah Pahlavi of Iran. When the Ayatollah toppled his government in 1969, he fled the country, he went to Egypt, and stayed with Anwar Sadat. He could not stay in Egypt. He went to Morocco, King Hassan II. Then from there, he took refuge in the Bahamas. From Bahamas, he went to Mexico, where he developed cancer. From Mexico, he went to US for treatment. The Americans could not contain him. Then from there, he returned. He went to Panama. From Panama, he returned to Egypt, where he died, I think, in 1980 or so. Now, this is a man who fled his country, but the government of that country where he fled was able to do everything possible to bring them back. These men have committed treason against the country. If Nnamdi Kanu is being charged for treason, and he has not been let off the hook for almost 10 years or so now, I don't see any reason why these people should not be put on trial. If they are not put on trial, we better pack up the country. This is how I see it. This is a very serious matter, and most people are not praying for military rule, though I prefer military government to a civilian dispensation. But majority of Nigerians do not welcome military rule. So if they have breached military regulations, they've offended the country, on no account should they be forgiven. Let the heavens fall. Let the world come to an end. Justice must be seen to be done. So that is my submission.
All right, Mr. James, thank you so much. I think the point, the most important point to remember is that this is a serious situation, and the idea of hiding, not being transparent about what was happening should concern every Nigerian. And knowing the context of how the world is moving now, it should also worry us. And the one that bothered me is that I don't see any sign that our politicians, they've adjusted their behavior. You know, if your name is on the list of people to be killed and you are collapsing, and after that you are not behaving better, it tells me that they don't care. You know, they are not.
The problem is this: we've never forgiven any coup plotter in the country. Any set of people caught in this act, they've been severely punished. If these guys cannot topple Muhammadu Buhari's government, why that of Bola Tinubu? Mr. Tinubu is not my style, but let's give the devil his due.
All right.
For Niger Delta people to use their own money to organize a coup, to bring these same people back to power again, to mess up the country, man, let the world perish. May the world perish than for these things to happen.
All right, thank you so much. Let me use this opportunity to ask people watching to please like and share the stream. It will help us get to more people, please. It's free, just click on like and share. And those who can support us, please support us by donating. Thank you so much. Righteous Man, Yanis.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, please, I want to beg you in the name of the Lord, please, as a moderator, I'm not teaching you your works or your duty, but please, when some wrong information is given out here, dished out, I think it is right thing for you. It is the right thing for you to correct it. There is no Christian genocide. There is no organization, a sect, killing Christians in the Southeast. There's nothing like that. It's not on record. Number two, Jesus was never a Palestinian and can never be a Palestinian because Palestinians started existing in AD 72. So please correct those information. They are very, very wrong. Now, back to the issue of coup d'etat. I live in Nigeria. I'm living in Lagos. There is no official statement from the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the government of Ahmed Tinubu, that there was a coup. No official. Up to today, the military have not come to address the nation or the president that there was a coup d'etat. So I don't know when and where this official statement coming from this platform is saying that there was a coup d'etat. It is all rumors because there is no official statement from the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the government of Tinubu, that there was a coup d'etat against him. When there is a coup d'etat, there is always official statement. And there have never been anyone, offered or given out to the public. So I think we should mind the statement we dish out here, because somebody that spoke to me recently told me that anyone coming out in the public to claim that there is or there was a coup d'etat, the person should be able to provide information to the military, because the military had never said officially there was a coup d'etat against the government of Tinubu. Never. And if there is any official statement from Mr. President that was a coup d'etat against him, please tender it in this platform so that all of us can read it or hear officially from it. All these things are rumors. As long as they are rumors or there is no official statement from the government, it should be treated as rumors. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, right? Let me assure you that I cannot correct all the misinformation on this platform in a day. I can't do that. I'm hoping that you can help everybody watching and everybody will have our different viewpoints. All right, KJ, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. There are so many things that we cannot correct, even though we hear it sometimes. Some of those things I said, we just shiver because we have a more in-depth information that we cannot share publicly. Having said that, I still stand on my first initial comment on this about almost like a week ago or thereabout, wherein I said, I don't believe there's any coup. I think it's all hyped. If you want to get rid of certain officers who you don't have a way of doing it, you can just rope them into all this. I'll give you one or two quick examples so that I don't lose my time. One, the DSS went to Timipre Sylva's house to go and search. You were supposed to be a DSS. You didn't know that he was not in the country. Okay, and you say you missed him because when he went there, he was told. You should have known because you are an intelligent officer. Okay? Two, the issues of coup is a totally military activities, or should I say program. It will be handled by a section of the military called the military police, who handle the issues of discipline and otherwise. And three, they set up military tribunals that bring in those people who are supposed to be involved and try them and question them, and then you can go on from there. This one that is DSS that is going about doing this thing. I mean, tell me how it will, And I read some of the news. Somebody was saying the guy in the Ribadu's office was saying he was detailed there to go and kill Ribadu. These are nonsense that no serious military officer will even listen to it. You go and tell the people with interviews that they detail you, they sent you there because you are part of the crew to go and kill Ribadu. What is killing Ribadu has got to do with taking over a country? And I still stand by what I said. You don't take over a country when you don't have any troop you are commanding. You don't. You can't. You have to have possession of the armory. You have to have men. That is men. Men, very important. Trusted men, loyal people. You have to have you have to be a commandant of brigades. Okay? You have to have the brigade, excuse me, the brigade of guard under you. The brigade of guard is the people that guards the president in Abuja. If they fortify that place, how do you get in? So far, I've been looking to see through the list to see whether any of those people, top rank officers, redneck as we call them, are involved. I have not heard any, except those just passing around information. And that's why I agree with what the first speaker said. What righteous man said. Okay, if it's totally real, the military would have stepped in. They wouldn't even wait for the civilians to do it. They will step in and take it over because that is their forte. Okay. And except prove otherwise, Nigeria changed like a wind. But little I know, I think it's still the consolidation of power. Because if you have the military under you, 2017 is already 27 is already a forgotten issue. I think that's what it's all about. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. I could push back, but there is no time because are you saying that Tinubu didn't have control of the military before last month?
Okay, just 1 minute. I'll answer that.
Yeah.
Secondly, I told you I'm trying to do a paper on it. Christopher Musa stepped a little bit outside of the military formation when he criticized the government of saying their so-called amnesty is not working, and if they think they're going to execute this, they should change tactics. This was his last non-official statement. Of course, I don't want to go to all that, but I'm telling you that this cuts deep into what
but they can remove him without cooking up a story. You understand? No. You are trying to say that they cooked up a story to remove him. They can remove him without making up this story about coup.
Okay, why? You can remove him, but it's not yet. He was supposed to be doing 2 years. He has not completed his term. That's one. Two, if you are going to remove him as a top-notch security officer, his mates have to go, because you cannot bring somebody above him, I mean below him, or below those other people who are already hanging senior ranks, to come and meet them. You know, remember what happened to Obito Kiwe, all right, during the days of Babangida. He was a brigadier general, and then the other lieutenant generals ahead of him, and so they had to force him to come to occasions, sit before them. Then the people of August of Ikomo will come in, even though he was the vice president. Okay, and that didn't go down too well. It didn't work. That's why the man stepped out, because he wasn't going to be coming to salute people who he was supposed to occupy in a political position above, yet in the military formation is lower than them. So it's a we had the truth. Yeah, but so far, what you should know that the military will have taken over, because it's a military issue, not a civilian issue.
All right, thank you. Comparable facts.
Yeah, thank you very much. We can't just come here and say there's no coup or whatever, but everybody has the opinion. I think what has permitted in the last few years is, the example, there's an alleged coup. We can't call it coup yet officially because the government has not announced it. But every parameter showed there was a coup. Initially it was 16, then it's 18. As of instead, I'm hearing about 45, people are, involved in this coup. And this coup started, that's my own strictly information, started in December last year. And, the date was supposed to take place was October 1st. And of course, we know what happened. They postponed it. So, I mean, we are all smart people here. We can put 2 and 2 together. I know there's definitely a coup. Maybe the government doesn't want people to panic and some other things. They want to maintain stability. That's why, they're keeping it secret. But with the explosion coming out right now, it has gone beyond that. They have to they have to be transparent. The fact is there. About I think about 5 people was slated to be, or 4 was slated to be killed in this coup. So it's supposed to be a bloody coup. It's not like riff-raff. And most of the people that perpetrated this aborted coup, they are what are considered to be senior, Gen Z. They're not like the old hierarchy people. Of course, most of them are, in command of the military for the good on the ground. So definitely, if you have to ask me, I would guess there was a rare coup. The perimeter is there to tell you that coup actually happened. Okay, the problem I have is that why this information is why the aborted coup wasn't aborted by NSA, which is the intelligence that Nusra Ruba was in charge. I think it was aborted by, and it came out from DIA. And I'm very concerned when you put favorism over competent. Nuru Ruba is not supposed to be there. He's a police person. He doesn't have any kind of military background, a senior officer or whatever, So the box supposed to stop with him. So I don't know what's going to transpire from now going on. You know why Tinubu put him there? It's because it's for friendship and some other things. That's why he put him there. He's not the right person to be there. So he's supposed to know what's going on in the country or whatever. When it comes to intelligence, he's in charge. But definitely, I will call it an alleged coup. There was a coup. So that's the way I see it. Initially, I thought there would never be a coup in Nigeria. But this present dispensation of Nigeria, but I was wrong. Yeah, look at what's going on in Africa, right now. I mean, everywhere is like endemic of coup, violent, Tanzania, of course, for beyond, there's a lot of things going on in Africa right now, okay? And we need to wake up. I don't know what's going on. Thank you, Dr. Kamej.
All right, thank you. Jefferson, you're next.
Yeah, I was omitted twice, but it's okay. I guess it's a show. No problem.
I'm sorry, it happens. Just
it's not like that, but I actually was communicating on the chat. That's fine. Well, I'll just go by directional. So basically, is it Anele Chuku? Thank you very much for making those points known regarding how things should be said. Antonia, and some other people who are actually sincere and honest. At the end of the day, what you want is good governance, right? And we need to be honest about our opinions. And when we see black, don't call it white and vice versa. But let me just stop there. In the issue of the coup, it just tells you the failure of government. When it happened initially, they lied about it, which you all know about. And then later some names that came up. But What I want to thank God for, and I don't care what anybody thinks here, that they didn't call Igbo people and say, now Igbo people do the coup. Because if you look very carefully, this coup, with due respect, I'm not saying whether it's anybody, but we all know what happened that caused the civil war that landed Nigerians into this mess today. Even up to tomorrow, some people still use sentiment and say it's still an Igbo coup. Even when Babangida came out, is it last year, they're about to make it clear that it's not an Igbo coup. At least we're all seeing the names, right? And if we are seeing the names, we need to say it as it is. Is coup a good thing? No. Something is, it just shows that something is not adding up. It's chaos. I'll put this, it's all chaos at the end of the day. Because, I mean, who would not like a government to run efficiently, and who would want to support things like that? Nobody's, me personally, I don't really have much to say about it, but again, in terms of saying, I think someone made mention of, let the people that did the coup face death sentence. I'm not going to buy into that, because unfortunately, the person that is in power it's not as if he's the best of leader. They messed up so many things in terms of democracy, and he knew how he came in there. He didn't come in there honestly. We knew what went down. So they should not come and be pretend as if, as the coup is happening, he's a good person, blah, blah, blah. No, we don't need that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mazi,
yeah, good evening again. Recently here, an army barrack was attacked. Not really attacked, but people broke through the fence. And just about immediately the camera caught it. Within 2 hours, the radio, the television, the minister came out and said what happened at that army barrack. Because you don't play with military. In fact, military is the custodian of democracy. Why there is democracy in Western world is because their military is very, 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 very strong. So I don't know what to say, because the government has all come out and told us that there was a coup or not. But what I'm trying to say is that I said it last time when this I think 2 weeks ago, when this thing broke up. Nigerian military has problem. I don't think they can conduct a successful coup now, because it is divided by ethnicity, by tribe, and by politics. So somebody talking about coup now in Nigeria, I think that person, I don't know, that person is not telling us the truth. Finally, what is the name of our president? Master strategist. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Opara. Femi, welcome to the show. Oh, no, you've been here. Go ahead. What's your opinion on the coup? What do you think will happen? Remind people too, when the first coup happened in January 15th, 1966, the reports then was that, based on what we know historically, that there were other coups being planned. It was just that one happened first. There were multiple groups planning coups. And how did this start? It started from Egypt, the one that happened in Egypt, and most people, military officers that period across the continent, they were all thinking, how do we take over our country, the country and Navy? That was the trend. So there's that trend again happening in Africa. So the fact that we are sitting here saying, whether it was a coup or not, doesn't mean that maybe there are other people planning other coups in other parts of the world. We don't know. So we can't say that. Anyway, I just wanted to put it out there so that people will know historically. People believe. I saw the list. There were about 100 and something coups that have happened across Africa since independence in the 60s. So go ahead, Femi.
So you already took part of how I was going to start. I always like to make reference when we discuss Nigerian military issues to an uncle of mine who retired as the equivalent of a major general in the Nigerian Air Force. We've had this conversation since the last week about this coup, and recall that a lot of us were kind of having doubts I've since gone to check on at least AP's news portal, and they actually have it there as well. And of course, since last week, there's been all kind of developments, and of course, that's on top of the fact that the military chiefs were either removed, or in the case of is this the guy that has become the chief of defense staff, who was moved up top. And I've done my own little analytics. And then when you now look at the list, or the initial 16 list, the one at least I see, I don't know what list you have. I know there's one guy that had his last name is Felix, so I can't be too sure where he's from. But otherwise, it looks like it's a total quick clean sweep of northern names. I'm in between whether there was a coup or not. Now I think I'm suddenly caught in the face of what seems to be subtle evidence. I'm beginning to move towards the fact that it looks like they might have been coup. And of course, recall that last week I also mentioned the fact that maybe a lot of us are not unaware of the fact that there was actually an alleged coup as far back as 2004 as well. Ruda, I don't know if you've gone back to check or if you remember. There was allegations of coup last year too.
On that, okay, it's not 24.
It was still under Tinubu, but it was just subtle. And to your point, when I had this conversation on this latest rumors with my uncle again after we had this conversation last week, what he said was that, Fabi, let me tell you something. Even while I was in service, I'm proud to when I was in service and afterwards, there's always constantly rumors of coup or alleged coup. It's always something that's constant. And that's why it was interesting that you even mentioned that. And when one looks at all the indices of what would provide for a coup to occur, again, we're already seeing it all over Africa. In fact, the one that was mentioned by, I forget who mentioned it, in Guinea-Bissau. I saw that too on Tuesday or Wednesday, and I'm like, I think it's going to be a continuing trend, especially with all of what you see going on in Africa and even the world as a whole. So I think I'm beginning to warm up to the fact that I think there may have been a coup plot attempt.
All right, thank you. Tony, you're next.
It's I see a conundrum here, because ab initio, both the government and the military had told us that there was no coup, and they gave various reasons why the independence anniversary was not held in pomp and pageantry as it used to be. But if you follow the body language of the military and the development that have followed, and you want to put it side by side with what they said ab initio, there's a problem. There's a lacuna. It doesn't just fit in. And you want to ask yourself, why was the normal tradition of pulling out the service chiefs not followed? Why were they pulled out hurriedly? Why was the chief of army intelligence promoted to lieutenant general? Why was he not removed when all the others were removed? Why are people being arrested? Why is the DIA, not the DSS, Department of Military Intelligence, Directorate of Military Intelligence, going to pick people in their houses, in their homes, and arresting people? Why has this suddenly increased from 16 to 18, and then we hear about 45 with civilian complicity? I mean, when you have a country that is not transparent in the way that governance is run, you will give room for speculation. You can't trust the government because it's all lies. So people can speculate and say all kinds of things. This is a serious matter that has implications for our politics, for our economy, for our for diplomacy, for our relations with other countries. You don't trivialize things like this. Knowing that it portrays the government as being unstable, the economic environment as one that investors cannot, be sure of what is going to happen. And of course, if you look at what is happening, like it's been said, all around Africa, whether it's Tanzania, Cameroon, Guinea-Bissau, and so on, there's a trend that we're seeing. So I think it's unfortunate that we live in a country where you don't know the truth, Nobody tells you the truth. So people are left to think anything. And it's a disaster for government. And I think that's the problem that we have here. In my opinion, do I think there was a coup? From day one, when I read the language and I read, if you look at the language of the military, after all the denial, they use something disloyalty. And when you use that word disloyalty, in diplomatic parlance, it talks about maybe a diplomat who has done something that is incompatible with his status. That is fine. If you come to the military and that word is used, it means coup, insubordination. I don't know anywhere in Nigerian military where people are investigated because they failed exam. If they fail exam, they fail exam. What else are you investigating? They failed exam, they failed exam. But how can people who fail exam be a general, captains, majors only? How is that an issue? So when you put all these things together, you find out that this country is almost become a joke and a laughingstock internationally. Let me stop there. Thank you.
All right, Tony, thank you so much. John Abba, I know you have a history somewhere with the military. I don't know what it is, but the way you talk, I know people who have military background from the way they talk. So, John Abba, what do you think?
There's nothing to think. I told you that day that if there's nothing like that, it will not come out that way. And it is, as the day go by, we know why and who, more names and all of that. So definitely I believe that there was coup from the very beginning. Another thing I want to speak into is anyone that believe that truth is defined in their own term and truth has to be transparent in their own word, I don't know what to say to you. On issue whereby if you think you have grown up enough on the mind for our age, it's like a friend tells me you're afraid of buying V8 because it will consume more fuel, while your mate are buying fuel for jet. So it's a challenge that we come here and we argue unnecessarily because what suit our sentiment, and believing that if America go to Nigeria is coming to rescue us, there is something, you can't define genocide, define anything in your own term, but particularly coming to America to say you're going to help us, there's no such thing. We have to man up and find a way to put pressure, which is the citizen, which is that's what you are doing. It's creating awareness, self-empowerment, or so many others. There are voices 20 of you can call, it will not move. But there are specific individuals that have more influence in the society. One of them will call, it will move. So we are trying to use this avenue to educate our people and to empower them, but not to say America is in Nigeria, Ted Cruz of all person cannot be a decent consumer in a good society. He will be the one to go to Nigeria because he win election in the red state. And then those people are going to Nigeria to save Nigeria from the hands of, when the government fails us, we can plainly say the government failed us, and let's keep pressure on them and get the right people to secure our life and the next generation. But there is nothing like any country is coming to help us. Rather, they're going after resources that we have on the ground right now to negotiate. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Janaba.
It is my turn. It's my turn. It is my turn.
Who is speaking?
It's me, Pansa.
No, yeah, so your turn yet.
It is my turn. I have a bad signal, so I've been going and coming in.
I
should come before John Abba.
I'll get to you next. Hold on. I know you were coming in and out, but
I don't have good signal. I don't think I could last by the time I'm
you always.
Pastor, wait for your time. You're not the moderator.
Pansat, hold on. You'll be next after Omori. Omori, go ahead.
Nobody should come after Omori.
All right, Omori.
If you were a nice guy, I would have needed my position for you, but you're always attacking the minorities. are worse than Osama bin Laden. So let me not give you my time.
Okay, go ahead, Amori.
Thank you, Doctor. Greetings once again. It's unfortunate that the lack of trust between the government and the government has created a huge room for unnecessary speculations, insinuations, and political innuendos. I want to digress a little. Well, we were discussing about this issue, I think about last week or 2 weeks ago. It's unfortunate that, insincerity on the part of those that call themselves our political leaders have made us to doubt everything, even including our names and our identities. An elderly man came to this forum last week. Instead of people looking at the message, people were still where people were doubting, like, could it be true? Could it be an attempt to set people off or to get some people out of the way? An elderly person came to this forum. He wasn't talking about whether the coup was true or not. He went directly to attack Sahara reporters. You know what he said? Whether people like it or not, so long as it's coming from Sahara reporters, he will not believe. Elderly person that is not less than 65 years old by my calculation. So the reason why I'm saying this is that we have to be very careful. Sometimes our brain, our cycle is so battered that sometimes we leave the object and we pursue shadow. We want to throw away the baby with the bathwater, which is not healthy for a nation like ours. That is just by the wayside. Sahara reporters have never done anything they are not able to defend. Those that took them to court left with shame. They have not been able to win any one case against them. So before you attack Sahara because of Shogore, just know that Sahara reporter is not just a bad Shogore. Most of the expose they have done, Sahara reporter was behind the case of having one of our Inspector General in cuff. So they have done a lot of expose that even your regular media, your mainstream media cannot do. So you give them kudos for the effort they have made. You are there making noise every day. You are not doing anything. You come here, make noise and go home. As for the coup, if you look at the people that were, if it was a speculation, from the cancellation at the 11th hour of the Independence Day ceremony to the redeployment of military chiefs and all that, to reappointment of some other ones, to the point of at least name calling. They are putting names to this rumor right now. You cannot bother with their NA number, military number, be quoted, being attached, and their origin be quoted, the state of origin be quoted. We are still doubting because the government is not transparent. It's supposed to be a public knowledge by now. Even the government has not even told you there was a coup. If you feel they are doing it to set people up, they have not told you there was a coup. They are still denying. They are still in their denial. So, from what has transpired from day one till now, I have every reason to believe that there is something going on. And the kind of names we are having, if that thing had taken place, it would have been very bloody, even the bloodiest coup ever in the because of the caliber of people involved. These are combatant soldiers. So for those that are doubting the possibility of staging a coup in Nigeria, I know where they're coming from because of the way Obasanjo has decentralized the Nigerian military. People think military is no longer possible. Military coup d'etat is no longer possible in Nigeria. It's still very possible. If people want to do what they want to do, they can go to any length to achieve it. Let me remind you of 1966 coup. Kaduna also got to Kaduna. He wasn't supposed to strike. But he struck all the same. Considering the environment he met his target, he wasn't supposed to strike. There were with civilians, wives and children around. But he struck all the same because the target has to be, the deal has to be done. So if people want to get something, they can go to any length to achieve what they want to do. Considering the caliber of people involved, like I said before, combatant soldiers, trained for battle, it will have been very, very bloody. We thank God. I have missing me. I wish it took place. I also wish it didn't take place because of the brutality we went through. Thank you. That will not permit me to carry on.
All right. Thank you, Maria. Pansat, welcome.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Hello to you and the panelists that's assembled here and those who are in the comment section. Obviously, what we've had going on, there's only one thing going on. That is that designation of Nigeria. as a country of particular concern. It's overdue. All those people who come here trying to play it down, including you, Mr. Rudolph, this is a big deal. This is not a small thing. This isn't something you discuss with other things. It's a big deal. A lot of people are being killed in Nigeria who are citizens. Now, there's a lot of that's a misconception about what is it that is being declared, right? It's persecution of Christians, not just oppression. I don't know if you could hear me very well. My signal is very weak up here. I'm up here in the mountain.
We can hear your concert.
Have no shame to come up here. I don't.
I brought up Pansat because one of the things he was writing on the comment section, I just want to make sure that he knows, was that there was a point he wrote that John Alba should be removed, that he doesn't belong to our platform. So I wanted to tell Pansat why he's here that first of all, I don't know who are the hour. Our platform is for hours, everybody here and everybody who wants to join. So the way you joined is the way John Alba joined. And as for your information, I do get comments from people that Pansat should not be allowed to talk here. So it's so ironic that Pansat is also pushing that some people should not be allowed to talk here, when he may not know that I do get people really call me and write that Pansat is dangerous, he should not speak on this platform, but we still allow him to speak. So I hope he will understand that we should allow everybody who comes here to speak. Pansat, but we still allow him to speak. So
Okay, Rudolph, let me go back to a more serious thing I was talking about. This is our platform, means that's an Igbo platform. That's a given. You're an Igbo man. If people like John Alba don't like it, they go to their own platform. You know, if you yourself are you're taking that position, then you're gonna have to get out of our tribe. Go to your own people tribe, right? So now let me say that what we have. Persecution of Christians just doesn't mean killing of Christians. Now that's the worst. Turning off the beavers is persecution of Christians. Rigging the election is persecution of Christians. So now we have to do something about it. Janaba, this isn't one of those things that you're gonna get away with, right? We're gonna teach you a lesson now that you've been designated. You ought to be ashamed of yourself to come up here when you've heard that people are being killed in our country. So now that the America has made their finding, now Trump can do his own thing. We welcome him to do his own thing, but we're also going to do our own thing. Christians, there's a finding made that our people are being killed, that we're being persecuted. I was trying to tell you some of the things that are persecution. Now, I was very upset with James. I was very irritated when James was making his speech, because that's the problem we have. All these wicked Nigerians. Now he's
all right. So unfortunately,
very small.
Pansat, can you hear me? I used to think that, you know, if anyway, let me not say this, but if this is important for me,
can you still hear me?
My opinion, yeah. Go ahead, Pansat. All right, so it's not working. Pansat, we can't hear you. But if sharing my opinion on a platform is important to me, I will make little efforts to make sure that on that day, that time I want to be on, I will be in a place where, you know, the internet will be good, so that, because your voice is important, I think. And anyway, Pansat, thank you so much for being here. Well, let's go to, I'm totally lost as to where I am in terms of who should be next. So if I skip you, I will come back. Just send me a text on the chat, private chat. To Niger is one brand. Go ahead.
Right. You want me to go ahead, Pastor?
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
So The topic is what? The coup?
We're talking about the coup now, and the wider implications.
Well, there's really nothing to say. I'm not going to sit here and deal with conjectures and assumptions and suppositions. So I think I'll just pass. There's people I'll talk to face when I see them. I can't talk to them on the phone. But for now, it's just up in the air. We really don't know. It's just rumors at this point. So I'll just skip to the next one. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Right. I like that. Okija, because we'll have to go to rants, which is coming up next. Okija, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I tend to believe what's his name? KJ, was saying, was there actually, something planned? Because according to the story I heard, I don't know if there's another story, that this was 2024. This thing was happening in 2024. I'm not sure if that's what if I read correctly. And also, again, I don't know why, it's confusing because I don't know why they canceled the parade, October 1 parade, except maybe Tinubu was sick or whatever. But even if they if they were supposed to, I don't know, probably they canceled it because they didn't want Shetima to be there. So they canceled the parade because Tinubu was sick or because there was queue. So because they were being cautious. So no one knows. But just one of these days, But the thing is, one thing I want to point out, supposedly the leader of the queue, according to the story I heard, that he was involved in selling, rice, selling, military equipment. I mean, why is he still, if he involved, why is he still in the military? I mean, that's Nigeria for you. You see, some of the people they mentioned, there's something about them, something they said, involved in this, involved in that, and they are still in the military. I mean, is it possible that these guys, because according to KJ Bentham says about you don't have control of some formation that we help you carry out the coup. Is it possible that these guys were guy men, trying to get money from what's the governor from Silva, or get the money from just like who was that? I think Janeb from Anambra, they greeted one of the biggest 419ers. They collected money from Gaddafi. They were planning the coup against Babangida, and they were giving some money. And I think that they said they were giving about $50-something million. They go for Gaddafi to plan a coup against Babangida. So it's possible that this guy, being a guy man, he has sold a lot of military hardware. He just tried to get money from the government and said he was planning something. Probably, they had a meeting. They came together, talked. The governor, talked up some game. The governor thought they were serious and they gave them money. I don't know. Nobody knows. But eventually we'll find out. But at least even if they were just making things up, for you, if you talk about it in the military, you are guilty. So I'm not sure, but the thing we have to everyone concerned, why was the man still in the military after getting involved in selling military equipment and things like that? That's an idea for you. That's God has been punishing Nigeria, and I think to continue.
All right, thank you, Okija. Kene, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good day, everyone. Good to see you guys again. So some people were asking on the comment section what happened there, that they haven't seen me for quite a while. We were planning on how to, I was in the White House planning with our dear president on how to come and rescue Nigerian Christians from terrorist government of Tinubu and his people. You see? So from where I come from, there is a saying that Ono Bolo Ogli, Mecha Kologli, Lacha, right? I don't know if I get it right. Dr. David, just help me.
You have to translate.
So, Ogli is a local, Maggi, our own Igbo kind of Maggi. It smells badly. So people detest Ogli prior to having it in the soup. But once Ogli gets into the soup, it gives it a delicious taste. So Trump was hated, but everybody is calling upon Trump right now to come and help Nigerian Christians. So good. He's doing his job, which is to protect human right and dignity, regardless of where you belong to. So, so that was what held me back. But thank God the APC government is crying, jumping around right now, seeking for help. No help. America must come. That oil, they must get it. Those gold, they must get their own fair share of the gold, of the oil, all the resources. The business must be done the right way. But this is it. We're talking about the coup, whether if there was coup or not, or no. But the thing is, you guys failed to call out those people that actually were trying to wage war against the Nigerian government. You know, then they said there was Igbo coup. But now we have Fulani Yoruba coup against a Yoruba president. So can we call it Fulani Yoruba coup now against Tinubu? Now, we don't want to say that because after all, some of us, we don't agree to the fact that there was ever any coup. Tinubu was just scared of the possibility of being overthrown, and for him to reposition himself, he has to start by replacing the INEC chairman, take out the Fulani man, give it to his own Yoruba brother. And now the next other line of action was to take out the military guys and replace them with his Yoruba brothers. That was simply what happened. And for him to achieve that, he has to say that, oh, that was a coup going on, you know. And the gullible ones will be deceived as usual. But the thing is, we have where nepotism is being amplified in Nigeria. We are not seeing that. Virtually everywhere, every office right now is being occupied by Yoruba people. Somebody in the comment section say Yoruba local or Yoruba local. I don't know how to say that, which is true. It is their turn. Yoruba people enjoy you. When you finish, kindly hand it over to Fulani people. Do you understand? Let it continue like that. And Fulani, when you are done, give it back to Yoruba people. We are watching. But the truth is, Nigeria is a country that is filled with people, a lot of people that don't use their brain to think. 2027 election is coming. The only thing that we're talking about right now is how to win the election. In the state where I come from, we have a very useless man that calls himself a professor, that goes about bribing people to vote for him. He will give the entire community, entire village, 1 million naira, provided they make sure that he wins 1 million naira. That is how poor and wretched Nigerians are, that their vote, a vote from an entire community will be bought with 1 million naira. And this man is still in the office today. And I wonder, do we have electoral laws? Do we have constitution? We don't have any of those things. But Nigeria, I wish you luck, I will be laughing. Trump is coming. Trump, I want Trump to come and destroy that country for good, so that everybody will rest. Everybody will learn by force.
All right. Thank you so much, Kene. We appreciate you. A lot of people were telling me, what did you do to Kene, that Kene has not been here? I said, we don't do anything to anybody. We welcome them.
Yeah, no, I've engaged with some things. Yeah. I always come by comment section to watch.
All right. Dexter, you are the last person on. Otherwise, I think you're the last person. If I missed you, let me know.
No, Rudolph, you are marginalizing me. I won't take it.
I thought we were ranting Rudolph, right?
Yeah, ranting will be the next thing, but I want to get Dexter to weigh in on this.
Dexter.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Damages. It's quite interesting. I think, well, it's two ways. The truth is, I think Premium Times from the report it's either two ways. It's either, look, let us give it to the Tinubu government in their strategic propaganda. It's either the people in the Tinubu government are leaking this information of coup to Premium Times, leaking it to journalists, their friends, and they are spilling it out, and they've used it as a legal means to get rid of officers and put people that will play ball for them. That is one thing. The second one is that there was a real coup, but I don't think so, because if you look at historically how coups are carried out, you can't see any. The people they are brought out are not in strategic positions. In fact, the henchmen of coups are not the generals. As if you look at coups, Ibrahim Traore is a captain. You understand? So you are not commanding the troops. If you don't have command of the troops or the armory, you can't actually stage a coup. So people littered with generals everywhere. I don't think so. If that actually was a coup, that's an amateurish attempt at overthrowing the government. And I don't want to think that the Nigerian army has gone down that low that they will make that kind of amateurish attempt. I don't think there was a coup. I don't think so. I think it's just a way to consolidate power, put its loyalists in position. So why do we have to be begrudging? Why? Is it not the same thing that Buhari did? There was a time during Buhari's cabinet, I think, out of the 15 security chiefs, 13 speak Fufudi. So why? I mean, that's the look. I kind of don't understand us Nigerians. You make amala, but you want to eat plantain. You know why? It's what we eat, and many of us, you know. So when we come and play down things here, then we expect a different result. It amazes me. And what amazes me more is when people come and say things, you know. Example, let's say I'm living in Switzerland. I'll come and be saying things, oh, the people in Switzerland, oh, they can't. I'm living in their country, but my own country. If actually the place they are staying, the people are stupid, why don't you live there and go and stay in Nigeria? You know, let's be truthful, let's be honest with ourselves. On the issue of the coup, I doubt. I think it's a power move. It's a power move by the administration. That's basically putting their loyalists everywhere. That's what I think it is. And they are leaking information. They are literally leaking this information to the press. That is it. That is a strategic move in any propaganda government. Any government around the world, you will leak information to the press to set the temperature, the political temperature of the country, and then remove the people you want to remove. You know, people like Saddam Hussein carried out this kind of strategic move, you know, leak information and disinformation, and you know, and get what you want to get. So if it will work, I don't know, but I doubt it was a coup. Thank you.
All right, Dexter, thank you. And I'll let you.
Yeah, the man that refused to be marginalized. That's me. All right. Generally, there was one of our brothers here who said, Pansat, please, this platform, not Igbo platform, and it should not be an Igbo platform. It's a forum for Nigerians, all tribes and all religions, to air their views and offer solutions to solve the problem that is happening in our motherland, irrespective of which part of the world where we reside. We might decide to shut down and say, let the place burn. But what we're trying to do here, I want to believe, is for everybody to provide solutions, say truth to each and everybody, so that we'll be able to dispel lies and darkness. If you say, I am one person, I am like a pendulum seeking objectivity. I am always looking for. You might be my enemy tomorrow, but my friend today. That is by the fact of your contribution or what your viewpoint is. So I'm a stickler for objectivity. It doesn't matter who it is. Having said that, what I just want is a functional Nigeria that will work for the Fulani man, that work for the Yoruba man, that work for the Nupe man, that work for the German, that work for the woman, that work for all Nigerians. A functional Nigeria, that's what I want. That's my drive. Now, having said that, regarding the coup in question, it's a rumor. One thing I have come to conclude, one conclusion I've come to arrive at is that Tinubu and APC government generally is playing the same card Abacha played in his time, that played during Abacha's time. And that is putting scenarios that put fear on Abacha. If you watch, Abacha was gagged. It's just incidentally, Tinubu is moving around France and Brazil. He's not coming to America and the places he should have come to. But they're putting fear in him so that they'll be able to control him. And that's what I think is happening. Is there a coup? I'm not too sure. All I see is a calculated attempt for 2027. The just situation, there might be a coup that is planned, but I'm looking at it from the viewpoint of this is an orchestration to justify the goal and objective of delivering 2027 to APC and to Tinubu to continue until 2032. This is the way I look at it. Now, can Nigeria be better? Yes, Nigeria can be a better place. Regarding the genocide thing that was propagated, if I watched a recent video where the military have actually invaded a Fulani camp, a terrorist camp. So people should not misconstrue this. For someone like me, I am one person that if Rudolph is a thief, I'll tell Rudolph. If Rudolph stole, I'll say, Rudolph, you stole yesterday. If you have repented tomorrow, I'll tell Rudolph you repented tomorrow. That's the kind of human being I am. So when we say Fulani, because the people who are doing that are Fulanis, it doesn't mean it's all Fulanis. If we say Muslims, it means that the people who are doing whatever that is wrong is the Muslim. That does not mean there are no good Fulani people or there are no good Muslims. And I need us to really bring our minds and circumcise our hearts to be able to be truthful in whatever argument and presentations we are making. The contention is for us to be objective and let Nigeria become a functional state. There is coup or there is no coup is immaterial. What is important is 2027 for Nigeria to have functional leadership so that all these complaints will end. I see Tinubu and APC as senior brother to IPOB in propaganda. This is a propaganda government just like IPOB. I rest my case.
All right. Thank you so much, Annie. Sorry, who put this up? Sorry, I have some producers who... one of my executive producer wanted me to invite. This is the APC's... where is... what is the party?
Rudolph, are you trying to take a second wife like that senator?
Shore's party. This is the candidate for governor in Anambra State. So one of my producers sent...
Which party is she in?
It's actually African Action Party. Shore's party.
Is it? Oh God.
That's Chioma.
Okay.
She's running for governor of Anambra State.
She's single.
I know.
Yeah, because I can volunteer to be the campaign manager. Actually,
it's actually late when they sent messages to me. But if we can get when the election is next week?
Yeah, I think on the 9th November.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we let's see. There's a debate that we are planning to have with the candidates. It's not coming together. But tomorrow this is what I want to show. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, time is changing this night in America. So we are going to start at 12:30 p.m. here in the US. It will remain 6:30 in Nigeria. So we are going to have Dr. Peter Anosike, who is, most of you must have seen him on Voice of the People TV. He will be here tomorrow to talk about abuse of power, how democracy turned into the tyranny of a few. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, he will join us to talk about the situation in Nigeria and the election coming up in Anambra and the national election too in 2027 or 26 if they have their way. Yeah, so for us to go into the next thing, which is the rant, remember that also after the show there will be the evening evening team will come on after this particular broadcast. But before that, we are going to do a rant. I'm going to give everybody 3 minutes. I know that last week we went over, a lot of people were speaking for 15 minutes, but we have to really contain it. So we're going to give everybody 3 minutes to rant on any topic. You can pick on anything that you want, and that will be a rant. So let's do that. All right, let's start with Mr. James, if he's still here. I'm sorry, sometimes I move people and then other things will take over. Mr. James, yeah, sorry about that. I know you are very, very dedicated to this platform. You come here early. And so go, 3 minutes, rant.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. Thank you. People should believe that there is a plot to topple the government. The evidence, in my opinion, is clear enough. Some are saying that they are emphasizing the rank of the people involved in the plot. Remember, the coup that removed Yakubu Gowon from office was headed by generals that brought, I think, Murtala Mohammed to office. That's a coup plot by generals. Then, if you look at other African countries, take Ghana, for example. Jerry Rawlings came to power in 1979. He was a flight lieutenant. He was in the Air Force who headed the coup and executed generals. In Liberia, it was a staff sergeant, Samuel Doe, staff sergeant. They call him Master Sergeant in American military. Staff sergeant organized the coup, killed the president, executed 14 top-ranking officers, and became what they call a president. In the Gambia, Yahya Jammeh was a military police officer. In 1994, he organized a coup and he succeeded. So it depends on the conditions available. I mean, the conditions they are faced with. Now, from what I read in the newspaper, I can't remember the newspaper, they wanted a situation whereby all the people they were to execute, so to assassinate, will be assassinated virtually almost at the same time. So that if, for example, Bola Tinubu is no more, his vice is no more, Fabio is no more, all the top-ranking officers, within just 1 hour interval, they're able to take care of these people. Who is to resist? There's no one to resist the coup. So it depends on the situation they find themselves and the plot. There are a lot of things involved which we, the non-military guys, cannot understand. So if the Nigerian coup pattern, if Nigeria past coup has been taking a particular pattern, that does not mean that they cannot take a different, they can't adopt a different style. Like the way Anwar Sadat was killed in the military parade in Cairo. Nobody has done it anywhere in Africa. Muammar Gaddafi in 1979 was a colonel when he overthrew the government in Libya. So anything is possible. And one thing again is that the names they are mentioning, none of them has denied that I was not involved. No member of the family has stepped forward to say, I'm not, I think 16 of them or so. If this man's house was searched while he was not in the country, they went there not for him, but they were looking for evidence, documents, to link him with the coup, if he left anything at home. That's why they went to his house, not to look for him as a person. So anyway, I just hope that justice will prevail. If Nnamdi Kanu is locked up for treason for so many years, a group of 16 people more are already guilty. So they are being they're being accused of treason. I hope the law will take its course. They will not talk about political solution. If political solution is not working for Nnamdi Kanu, it should not work for these people. The penalty for coup in any part of the world, I'm sorry, in Africa, is death by firing squad. So be it. That is my take. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. James, thank you so much for that. Mazi Okwara, you are next.
Yeah, good evening. My rant is about Dr. or Professor Chidim Odinkalo. I think the governor of Anambra State gave him some this thing to do about the insecurity in Anambra State and the whole Southeast. I think he has already submitted the white report or the white paper on his findings, and I'm appealing to Dr. or Professor Chi to make it open, or the governor of Anambra State, because the little I read about that about what he released was that what is happening in Imo State in Igbo land is not IPOB but mostly political courtism. He said that every crime that was attached on IPOB was very wrong, though IPOB has its own troubles there. But say that every crime on IPOB was a fatal mistake. I would like the governor of Anambra State to release that white paper on that report. It's very, very important. Very important. And again, someone was talking about IPOB propaganda. The same thing Sheikh Jingri, Sani Jingri of Plateau State, he said that IPOB Igbo people are the people killing Igbo people in Plateau State, not other people. You know, that's the kind of propaganda people see IPOB spreading. I have told you that cables came out here clearly on their Twitter, on their post, said that IPOB is responsible for spreading this Christian genocide in Plateau State in the Middle Belt. So I would be very happy for people who are here talking about that propaganda that IPOB is spreading to come out clearly and say it exactly. And lastly, I'm pleading to state governors, both Lagos, both Imo State, everywhere in Nigeria, they should stop demolishing people's houses in the night. Nigerians are suffering. Everywhere in Nigeria, people are suffering. And you see government pulling people's houses, middle in the night, in Lagos or Oroshoki, in Imo State, in Anambra State, in Abuja, everywhere. Where is the empathy? Where is the sympathy? And you are, pulling these houses down, and you're not providing any shelter, any shelter to these people. It is inhumane. And please, I'm pleading to them, they should have a little sympathy for these poor people who cannot afford decent homes. They should please do something. Stop this inhumanity against ordinary Nigerians. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Opara, for that rant. Let's go to Jefferson.
Thank you for not meeting me again. It's okay.
No, sometimes I do. Hold on, Jefferson. Sometimes I wanted to send a message to you. Sometimes I make decisions like when I see someone like Righteous Man who is from Nigeria. In Nigeria, I try to bring him up. So there are other considerations too,
Oh, I get it. Got time difference and other things. Okay, no problems. Yeah, sure. All right. A lot has been said today, but I want to make it clear. I have a face, I have two hands. We all have, well, first of all, we're all human beings first. Whatever our identity, however we ended up, was the prerogative of God due to so many factors. We have different identities, different religions, different beliefs, That's how we ended up, right? We need to say, injury to one is injury to all. Right? Unfortunately, it's not like that in our today's world because people have decided to take sides, which is fine. We're all human beings. Besides, some of us are Igbos, Yorubas, Hausa, blah, 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 white, black. We know how it is. We all know how the world works. The whole world, humanity is polarized. But you know what? Whatever evil is committed. Unfortunately, I'm still going to go back to what we discussed. But for that, okay, Kenny is no longer here. I wanted to say hi to him, but it's all right. I'm still going to go back to what was discussed on today's on the whole topic. People are being killed, Christians, Muslims. But whether we like it or not, the current administration, I'm sorry to say, they are predominantly Muslims. The president is a Muslim, the vice is a Muslim, aka Muslim ticket. You see, when agenda happens like this, we should not be jettisoned now. It happened because they didn't even respect people's views. We all know what happened in Kaduna with under Jonathan's regime when there was a Christian governor, but I'm going to let that slide. The bottom line is that we should not use our faith to use it to oppress other people. Now, if it's a Christian that is doing it, I don't support it either. I don't support it either. But we should not be deceiving ourselves here on a global level, not to acknowledge that on both fronts, we are committing what they call Christian genocide or whatever genocide is happening today. We should not deceive ourselves. And there's a hidden agenda, a hidden religious agenda against other fellow people. Is it going to end well for us? No. I believe people should be free to express their views. That is why most of us here, in fact, I want to say this and conclude. Most of us here, who even come from the so-called Islamic State or wherever, they want to go to a free place where they can practice their religion. But even back home, they know even when they practice their faith, they are not really free. But they want to go out this and now tell people how to practice their views and how people should be seeing them. I don't want to scatter table, but we all know how these things are. So please, me personally, I believe that what is good for the goose is equally good for the Ghana. We should respect each other's views. A killing is happening. We should not act as if it's not happening. And unfortunately, our Nigerian government cannot solve the problem. An external help needs to come. Let them solve it well, because our people have failed us and they are still failing us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. Righteous Man, you are next. You have to mute yourself, Righteous Man.
I've done that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, just few things I want to say. Number one, Jesus was not a Palestinian and can never be a Palestinian. Number two, there is no known organization as a Christian organization killing Christians in the Southeast. It does not exist. So it is a lie from the pit of hell. And I want to dispel that information and say nobody should take it. It is a wrong information. No existing organization or sect representing Christians in the Southeast murdering or killing Christians in the Southeast or elsewhere in Nigeria. It does not exist. So number three, I think when we become adults, an elder statesman or statesman, whatever used to qualify the individuals, we must know, we must be very careful of what we say, what we alter. The reason why Wole Soyinka, which happens to be hero to many people, and is not my hero because I have never benefited anything from him. And I believe that the cultism that is growing today in the Nigerian institution of higher learning and even to the primary and secondary schools in Nigeria, he created it. And he should not forget that he was the first person, if terrorism is to be charged, that went and took over a radio station. So when he called Donald Trump the white Indian, all of us that are of age, we can testify or have read histories of what Indian committed. and Wole Soyinka could open his mouth and call Donald Trump white India men. I mean, that's enough. It's a big indictment. So banning him and stopping his visa, revoking his visa from traveling to the United States, is a welcome development. He should remain in Nigeria. He criticized Jonathan, called his wife hippopotamus, did all kinds of things, was part of those who led campaign against Jonathan. Now, 2 years is gone, 3 years in Tinubu administration. This man have not uttered a word. He has not said anything. Rather, they are naming institutions and roads after him. So it is a good thing that he was banned from coming to the United States for calling Donald Trump white India man. And also remember in 2015, he did say if Donald Trump wins, he will tear whatever green card or whatever American paper that he had. So those things has not vanished. The internet cannot lie. It will always remind you of what you said yesterday. So I am happy that that action was taken to reprimand others who wish to talk anyhow, forgetting their status and their age. Then number 3, as regard to this issue of coup, I still maintain my stand. As long as there is no official statement from the government and the army, I will treat the thing as alleged coup or phantom coup until the man who is beaten or who was to be beaten comes out to tell the world and Nigerians that yet there was something organized against him. I will see it as an alleged coup. It is not real. And finally, that lady that came out to contest for governorship of Anambra State, please, if you can do her a favor and bring her to this, let us hear from her what she has in store for the Indian Anambra. Thank you and happy weekend to all.
All right, thank you, Righteous Man. Normally, we don't interrupt rants or comment on it. We just let it go. But because you talked about fact-checking people, you said something that I'm interested in. You said that Soyinka is not my hero because I've never benefited from him. Is that how you assess heroes? Someone you benefit from? Or I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. So sometimes if we have to stop everybody and fact-check them and question what they said, it will be a long conversation out there. But I just wanted to think about that. No, don't respond to me. It's okay. I just wanted to say, you said it and it came out freely. I don't know. I don't think it's true for you. I don't think all your heroes are people you benefited from. Anyway, Kene, you're next.
Yeah. Soyinka is not my hero. Yeah, Soyinka is not my hero because that title, that prize he got was gotten through a dubious way. He betrayed African writers. So we all know this. The laureate, whatever nonsense that he got. Yeah, no, the Nobel Prize. It was gotten through, dirty game. But the thing is, talking about the activities of terror, vandalizers in the Southeast, we all know that Muhammadu Buhari was the one that actually brought down his boys to be messing the Southeast up. So the crisis that we had during Muhammadu Buhari's regime was coming from Buhari, was coming from Asorok. Now that Buhari is gone, do we hear of such attacks and killings in the Southeast any longer? No. To justify what I just said now, the Imo State governor, Uzodimma, actually called out fellow politicians. He exonerated IPOB and ESN from the activities then, and he called out his fellow politicians that they are the ones responsible for the killings in Imo State. So let us not be playing down on this. He is a supposed chief security officer of his state, and he is telling you that IPOB and ESN are innocent, that the killings and the massacre in the state were coming from his fellow politicians. Now, talking about the genocide against Christians in Nigeria, we had in 2016 one Eunice Olawale, the Christian preacher lady that was beheaded in the north. What was done about it? The state governor did not do anything to bring to justice on those, what they call it, the perpetrators of those activities. Nobody was arrested. Nobody was prosecuted. In 2022, we had one Deborah, the young lady, that was also killed in the north. What happened to her killers? Nothing. And these are just few out of many, right? We've had situations where churches will be burned down. That same church, that same vicinity will be turned to mosques. We have cases where a community will be wiped off. Then the Fulani invaders will take up the community, rename the name of that community to their Fulani names, and even have their Seriki, that is the leaders in that community. Currently, we've witnessed where in the north, these terrorists are being celebrated. They will come in their motorcycles. The community will receive them and even give them gifts for being good guys in the in the bushes. So we've had a situation where terrorists have been celebrated in the north. One of the leaders of those terrorist groups, right? Even he will wear Nigerian army uniform, have handshake with governors of the same state, and you're not seeing that as being Islamic agenda being pushed in the northern Nigeria. You want us to believe your nonsense because actually somebody was telling me the meaning of omokri. The omokri is a small he-goat, right? So this guy is being paid to spread false propaganda against a certain ethnic group in Nigeria, and especially Christians. And he doubled that he's even a pastor. I don't know what kind of pastor. I don't know if because we know that here on this platform we have one pastor, John Abba. He doesn't behave like this. So I don't know why Association of Pastors will allow such a person to be parading himself as a pastor. So I would like to hear from our pastor brother here if this is how pastorship should be all about in Nigeria. But what I'm saying in essence is, whether you like it or not, Nigeria as it is today, we need help. We need help from this Islamic government. We need help from Islamic agenda. We don't want Sharia law in our constitution. We don't want anything that has to do with religion in our constitution. We don't want all these useless political idiots to occupy our space any longer. So if it is US that will come and cleanse Nigeria from his sins, please, God help us so that we will receive such help from this blessed government of Trump. Whether we like it or not, we need help. We need help right now. We need help from the shackles of these evil men that call themselves leaders in Nigeria. We need help from the likes of Bayo or Nanuga that doesn't know that has this for science students. Please remind me, when you lie yesterday and today you suddenly forget what you talked about yesterday. What is a form of mental health problem, right? So he will lie today, tomorrow he will forget what he said and say another thing. We need help from such people. We don't want them in our space any longer. Nigeria is our country. We shouldn't allow these people to kick us all out from our country. It is ours. We shouldn't be running away from them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kenneth, for your rant. Again, I started it. That's why I don't want to start it. People now demanding that I should fact check everybody. But the only thing I want to point out simply is that, Kenneth, you can say anything you want to say, but it's not acceptable to me or most people to say that Nobel Prize that Soyinka got was he got it through dubious means. We don't decide who gets the Nobel Prize. Trump will have gotten it, but he couldn't. So the award, at least for literature, nobody is saying that people who are getting it, they don't deserve it. Not to talk about dubious. You can't even bribe your way to get Nobel Prize. All right, I won't do this again. The next person is John Abba. John Abba, we go where? John Abba, let me tell you what's going on with you. Because you are using your cell phone, it's not really my fault. The system takes you out because the quality of your video is bad. It's not good. So it keeps moving. You see what is happening. Nobody's doing it. So sometimes we miss you because of that. All right, go ahead, Janaba.
All right. My own is still better than the people from UK and all. So, uh, I mean, they can revoke his Professor Wallace Inca's whether green card or whatever. He's an old man. How many years he's got to live on this earth again? He have live a better life. The history will judge him for who he is. Uh, what is he even coming to America for treatment? He's not coming here, so he's just to occupy the space of news. He should sit down and enjoying the fruit of his labor and wait until his ancestor will call him home. And I think he will die with very honorable among his people. So I don't think that's a big deal. And all I know is that no foreign uh, person will come and save us from ourselves. If we're not going to man up enough to defend our egos and preserve our land, that somehow our help will come from America. I like the way Kenneth put it. He understands that if I thought they are there, they say they should collect the oil, collect the gold. That is what they will do end of the day. If anything lead to that, they come in there. So, and then as a wicked man, I don't want to say, he says that then we should learn by force. I'm not saying it's wicked. I say just mean spirit that face is okay. So the notion that quote unquote they are coming for Christian is it's like to say Saddam Hussein have a weapon of mass destruction, and they don't have. So we cannot be all gullible and believe that. But I respect people's opinion. People are dying in Nigeria. Are they killing the Nigerians? Yes. But then I don't think the policy that they also are starving their own people here now, that suddenly they are our messiah. I think they say before you tell somebody to plug his own this thing, you should do your own. So I hope Nigerians and all of us here in diaspora, I think we know better than that. That's not their mission, and we only the African people change our mind towards our people, speak better things, and fight those things. We've been cowardice. They come in here and all just to point at somebody. Oh, this is not, this is that. We have to confront our problem and find a way to overcome it in our own way. Thank you.
All right, Janaba, thank you. Femi, you're next.
Oh, okay. So I'll take it from my rant from where John Abbas stopped. I have no doubt in my mind, even with the way I've educated myself, listening to a lot of American intellectuals who continue to point also the hypocrisy of even America as a country. There's no doubt in my mind that only Africans, and only in this case Nigerians, can solve their own problems ultimately. There's nobody that's going to love you that much. I'm going to repeat it again. I don't believe so. I've never believed so, and we have evidences even where a lot of us live that, I mean, it's definitely not going to happen. And of course, it goes back to the way we have to reorientate ourselves, starting with even the people as well as the government. Because, of course, yes, Nigeria is bleeding from north to south, from east to west. It's all soaked in fear, in grief, in disbelief, and it's something that has garnered over time. Every day there's always a new headline. I mean, you look at the villages that are raided, travelers are abducted, there's security operatives that are doing their own thing as well. Children go missing. It's all kind of craziness, one after the other. It's not just down to, I mean, whilst no one, I don't think anybody here, even those of us that have a slightly varying opinion or what have you, there's nobody that's necessarily dismissed the fact that it does appear. I mean, it's evident that there's, to an extent, there are obvious situations where killings against Christians are quite a lot or massive. But you can see that it happens as much to everybody. In fact, in a lot of cases, it's not like they're going in to ask for the religion or the tribe of the person. You know, there's also banditry that's also becoming that's also garnering an uptick as well. It's just general insecurity, and of course, you can also tie it down to just the hopelessness and helplessness in the country. There's no jobs, there's nothing's working. It's a whole lot, and it not start today. So nobody is necessarily saying that it's not skewed against Christians in a way, but in some statistics even point to the fact that a lot of Muslims are being killed. Look at Borno, for example. Look at Zamfara. Look at Katsina, which are majority Muslim states. I'm not even trying to advocate in their behalf. I just feel that, in a way, I'm not going to listen to, for example, the likes of Ted Cruz. Who is it? Ted Cruz that left Texas when people were dying during COVID? I will listen. I don't listen to those guys. A lot of these guys do not even know the context. They don't even. A lot of them can't even point to where Nigeria is. There's an underlying fact there, and if we decide that they're the ones that are going to be our messiah, we know we've seen this before. We have seen this before. No one's going to help us. We have to help ourselves. Not even God. God don't try. We should even think less about God and just go get to work. The Japanese, they necessarily do not have anything. Look at what they've done with their country. Look at the way China has risen. You know, I mean, we need to reorientate ourselves. And even if we want to continue on the path of just what's it called, religion and ethnicity, I think it's not going to help us, because even within our own individual ethnic and religious tribe, there's a lot of disagreement. So what are we even talking about? Maybe we should just go back to Shango and Amadio ourselves. Maybe it might even get better. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Femi, Shango, and Amadio. Do we know how to go back to them, Femi? If you're asked to go back, do you know how to? All right.
I mean, we'll learn. There's still hunters, there's still herbalists and tribalists or whatever you have that can teach us. We can learn.
All right, comrade Omore.
Yeah, thank you. My network has been fluctuating. You know, thank you for bringing me back. I don't know if Kene is still there, although he doesn't have respect for elderly people like us. We are forgiving him. I wanted to know his position on so we're fighting for our fellow comrade Nazina Jikanu's release. He has been avoiding that topic. He told you he went to White House. He never did. He has been avoiding that topic. I want to know what his position is. I don't mind giving my time for Kene to make his position on effort of Showere on Nazima Jikanu's release. I think this one will bring us back again as friends. Don't dodge that topic. It's very vital.
Thank
you know, you try to be very smart. You cannot be smarter. Cannot be smarter than your elderly ones in the house. So having said that, you didn't go to White House. You have been avoiding this protest and your reaction. We must know it today.
Now,
and Dr. Damages, I want to say no. Wait, hold on. I will get in a minute. Whether we like it or not, I know some people have they are concerned about America, you know, saying you know what they are saying about Nigeria, but the fact is clear. You know, we don't. If it takes Donald Trump to put our leaders, our political chiefs on their toes, so be it. While I was speaking earlier, I saw Obi putting on the comment section that how would somebody open his mouth to say America should come and take their resources? Is the resources for the Nigerians? Is it not taken by your Pueblo and the Tinubus of this world? Does it belong to Nigerians? So if America, are they not taking it to the God is Zamfara? Does it belong to the people of Zamfara? The oil in Niger Delta, does it belong to you and I? Are we benefiting from it? So are they not mortgage our oil for loan that future yet unborn will not be able to pay? So what difference does it make if America now come to deal with them for us? I mean, take them out. You know, get some resources and we'll get the balance. It's not better for Nigerians. Kudos, I rest it there. I give the rest time for Kene to make his position on Comrade Showere's effort on the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I rest my case.
Yeah, thank you. You see, they say you give honor to whom honor is due, right? Just as Nnamdi Kanu, Showere is a leader in the activities of what they call it,
activism.
Activism, yes, he's a leader here. somebody like me, I
It's
like
also a
Showore.
presidential material. It's also a presidential material.
Hold on, I will come
A
there. I
good
will
one
come
at
there.
that.
I will come
A
there.
destabilized one at that.
No, I will come there because Showore did something good for the people of Anambra State, right? At least we have a very nice candidate from his party. But let me leave that one. Now, in the activities of activism, you see, Showore is a good leader there, right? And
Dr. Dame, don't distract us. Don't distract us. Let him focus on the issue.
Let me remind you that Showore and Nnamdi Kanu are friends. When Showore was held by the DSS, Nnamdi Kanu was everywhere, calling for his release, fighting for him. And now it is the turn for Showore. It's Nnamdi Kanu's turn now for Showore to also do the same for him. So I see two friends now fighting for freedom for Nigerians. So
now you see what we can achieve when we come together as a nation.
Okay, good. If Showore should maintain his lane, me will be on the first line fighting for Showore. Showore for president of activism. But you know, when it comes to Castle Rock, I just don't want them to mess him up. They will mess him up when he gets there. If he gets there, right? He may end up as a presidential candidate.
Apart from his ambition, rate his efforts.
No, apart from his ambition, he has been a good kid. I told you, when it comes to the only thing is that the propaganda that Sahara reporters
he did a good job. He did a good job. He did a good job.
The propaganda that Sahara reporters sometimes carry is one thing that vexes me. But the thing is, Showore is a leader in activism, and for once he has made me proud again for maintaining his office and knowing his responsibility as a leader of activism in Nigeria. So I love him for that. But when he wants to come to Aso Rock to dent his image, this is where I say, no, this guy, they will mess him up. He's not supposed to be there, right? Let's issue for politicians to handle.
For president.
Enough now.
Doctor, thank you. If I have I'll step like a revolution now. Please, always bring revolution to this. One more request. Try and bring Dr. Estilo, Dr. Estilo. The writer of the book, Ojuku in Exile, please bring it to this platform. It will make it will go a long way to bringing us together. The unity we need. That man is the key.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Rudolph, I just wanted to let Kenen know that yes, Showore did that for Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu did that for Orji Okalu. What did Orji Okalu say when it came to his own turn? So can I think about that?
Yeah, that's why I said Showore is a good guy. When it comes to that, he's a good guy. Don't get me wrong. He's doing his work as a good leader in activism. I love him for that, right? So I applaud him.
Go and see now. Your sisters are forgiven. The elders are forgiving you. We have taken a decision in the elders council. Your sisters are forgiven. Go and see no more.
All right, guys. You guys are not sounding like you're ranting. You are just enjoying your life. Let's welcome. I know that to Nigeria you are waiting, and I think Mazopara and KJ. There are so many people. So let's make it quicker so that we can round up. Forefathers is waiting at the other end. Sully, welcome to the show. How are you?
Very, very good.
Okay.
So let me just continue from where the last person spoke. You see, I'll be very honest. I don't like your generation. I don't like the generation, the millennial generation and above. You guys are always demanding respect, but to be honest, there's nothing that you have done that we should respect you guys for. You are mentioning Showore, all of you are laughing. This are our elders. Everyone is laughing. The other people that you say, oh, this one and that one, he has not held a post before, but if they give you American passport for Trump that's never held any post, everybody will flock. The hypocrisy is just unbelievable. You keep on saying that, oh, it's tribalism and religion that is our problem. We still have the same tribalism and religion when we leave Nigeria, but the society is working. Always making up silly, it's like children in old people's bodies. Sometimes when I hear the conversations, but let me not go too deep into it. some people feel like, oh, they are calling Trump to destroy Nigeria because they don't know that America just destroys nations. People are in multidimensional poverty. Multidimensional poverty is different from ordinary poverty. You don't even have basic amenities. You are basically useless. You are no better than a worm. So this kind of people, they are the majority of the people in the country. Some, I hear some self-centered statements that, oh, I'm doing fine in Nigeria and my friend is doing fine. That is a low IQ argument. When you are making statistics, you look at the majority. The majority of the population in Nigeria is suffering from multi-dimensional poverty. You are the top tier echelon of poverty. They had to create a new type of poverty for your own kind of poverty. And then some people are saying, oh, the banditry is too much. Of course, if they have multidimensional poverty in USA, they will be stealing your organs on the road. They will. So we're always talking about the cause of the problem because nobody wants to truly focus on the problem, which is class. There's a class problem in Nigeria. Even when you guys live in Nigeria, you still have this class issue. This thing that you are making fun of so is a class issue. The people that you respect hate you. They don't even see you as human being. That's always what is always, I never knew that I was so secluded to the elite life till I came and I started seeing how the normal citizens behave. No Nigerian elite should ever commit class suicide for the average Nigerians. You guys don't deserve it. You don't deserve it because you don't respect human beings. You don't respect, the only people you respect is yourself and maybe your friends. You guys don't respect human beings. I have nothing to respect about you guys. Every time I just lose my respect. They are talking about Christian being genocided, this and down, and then the elders will be talking about, it's not only Christian, it's Muslim. On human life, you start playing semantics. As you are wasting time, people are being unalived. As you are wasting time, the problem is getting worse. You will see government is stealing money. People who want to be arguing semantics, they will argue that semantics for years, giving the guy a free road through to be doing what he's doing while you are arguing like fools. That's what I see the elders doing all the time. You know what is right, but because of the classes, and I believe that most of the older people in Nigeria still suffer from some kind of trauma because you are always so proud to talk about your struggle Olympics of how you suffered and how the new generation does not want to suffer. So we should be inheriting suffering. You believe that we should suffer before we make it. But you go to countries where you don't really suffer that much to make it. What is good for you? You don't want others to enjoy it. What you want your children to enjoy, you don't want other people's children to enjoy it. There's some kind of trauma that the previous generation is suffering from. Left to me, anybody that supports the government, I will just wipe them out, treat them like Gaddafi. But you Nigerians are too soft. You are soft on your oppressors, but the people below you, you raise your chest, always looking for who to beat down. I rarely see any Nigerian that wants to punch up, always looking for somebody that is smaller than them to oppress, and you will now raise your chest as if you've achieved something, and then you will now say that we should respect you. Nigerians are too soft. If I have 5 people like me, that country would have ended by now. I don't need too many people, just 5 people that are ready to lose their life and ready to take people's life mercilessly. But you guys are too soft. You are too soft, unfortunately. Even when somebody is trying to do something, you would rather fight for the oppressor to stop the person because you say, oh, what the person is doing is not right. But as if the person oppressing you, what he's doing is right. None of your elites will take 1% of what they give you. But you guys take it all the time. You take it all the time. And when you take it, you are forcing other people to take it too. Unfortunately. And you're always looking for somebody smaller. And that's what used to pain me. You look for somebody smaller to oppress. Always looking for somebody smaller to oppress. Every time. And you'll be using it to raise your chest. Anyways, so if the government wants to fix the issue, right, they will fix it before the end of this November. They will fix it. If it involves their children, they will fix it. All these things that USA is saying, they will fix it. But they know that when USA comes, they bomb everything. USA will still negotiate with them, or who to take the power, and they will still end up ruling you. chickens. They'll still end up ruling you again. And they even treat you worse than before because now they have US backing. Just weak.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I'll explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Be stupid. Can you call your
hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down. All right.
So, when you rant, you expect things like this. I thought it would be a period when we don't control what people say and let it come out. That's the idea of a rant. Let it come out, and then we can assess. Take out. It's like picking up the soil with everything there and throw it out there. That's ranting. Without filters and other things. But I know that it will also go wrong, and I do see that all the time. So that's why I don't want interruption. I try to let people finish up, and then we can then look at what is said, so that we get if there are grains, if there are pearls that we can get from that, we get it. So can I hold on? Sully, finish up your rant.
Yeah, let me just summarize. This man has a family. It's not as if he doesn't have a family. He has a family. He left the comfort of the Western world. He goes to Nigeria, a third world country with majority of people in multidimensional poverty that they cannot even think well. That religion is literally their drug, because most of them don't have access to drugs because they cannot face reality. You come up here, you've done nothing to help anybody apart from yourself and your family, and you begin to mock him and you begin to laugh at him. One person out of 200 million cowards, and Nigerians reply him by portraying him with jokes and comedy online, and they act like somebody should respect them. You don't deserve respect. I wish I could spit on you. I wish. And if you miss me in real life, there's nothing you could do about it. Yes, look at me. If you want my full name, I know more people than you. There's nothing. If you want respect, do something to deserve that respect. You are mocking people risking their life. His family member has died because of Nigeria. His family lives, they are at risk now because he exposes politicians. This man is basically in Naira, a billionaire. He committed class suicide for people like you that are mocking him. That's why I said, any elite in Nigeria, don't commit class suicide for these people. They don't deserve it. They love their oppressors. Some of them have shrine for their oppressor. Some of them are just waiting for them to collect their brown envelope. They don't really care about others. They don't care about their community. They don't care about their tribe. That tribe that they love mentioning, they don't care about their tribe. They are only proud to be from that tribe. They don't care about the people from their tribe. They don't care about the well-being of the people from their tribe. They don't care about the development of the human development of the people from their tribe. They just want to be better than the people from their tribe. They are not ashamed when they see people from their tribe begging. They are not ashamed when they see people from their tribe suffering. When they say they are fighting for their tribe, it is a lie. They don't love their tribe because they don't think as a community. If you see the Yoruba people fighting for Yoruba, what have they benefited individually from this Tinubu president? Nothing. They go out, they go to America, and they are insulting Black Americans. The Black Americans stayed in their country and they fought. You fled. You fled your country like a coward. And you are insulting Black Americans. Do you know what they've gone through to get to that stage? They did the civil rights movement that allowed your blackouts to come to their country, and you mock them too. You mock them too. Even though they are where they are, they face their oppressors and they tried their best. What have you done? Nothing.
I think, Rudolph, you may have to stop.
So, Rudolph.
No, wait.
Rudolph,
Editor Rudolph now. Let the man go.
Let him speak, son. Let him speak. Let him speak.
Everybody has their own time. Let the guy speak, for God's sake.
Your panelists are foolish people. Is that what you're saying? That a fellow panelist will call your...
Wait. Hold on, everybody.
He said, have your say. He's having his say, for God's sake.
It is called have your say, not insult your fellow panelists. Don't tell me that, Ovie. It is called...
Everybody.
Not insult your fellow panelists here.
If you feel like that means he's saying the truth.
No,
if you feel like that means...
What to do here.
Guys, hold on.
That is not what to do here.
Listen to what I'm talking in. Listen to what I'm talking.
All right. Thank you.
The righteous man is not his mate.
Hold on, guys.
You know that.
If you want to know my reason why
the righteous man is not his mate. For him to have come here to insult an elderly man like that.
Can I hold on?
About time.
Rudolph,
Time.
Hold on.
If you listen to what the reason why I said I should stop him, because if you were dealing with just Nigerians, I will not stop him. But saying that we are insulting black people who are here, black Americans, nobody has ever come to this platform to insult any black American.
It's not talking about you. If you feel attacked, I mean, it's not talking about you.
No.
It's making a general statement.
No. He has.
Make una allow the man will get the show runner now.
Nobody has ever come here to insult a black American. Don't put that on this platform. I know what I'm talking about.
All right, KJ, thank you. The point I'm making from my own perspective is that the most important thing to me is to allow the person to finish talking. Then you can respond. Okay, whatever the person is saying, that's the concept. I know I've done this many times. In a different platform, I understand what can go wrong, and it has gone wrong. I understand what can happen. And I intentionally said we allow people to rant and say what you want to say. This is the extreme point of have your say. That when we say you're ranting, we're saying you can use words that you normally shouldn't use. That's why we do that. And it's a special time. And in doing that, we hear things that we may not feel comfortable about. You may be wrong, you may be right, but we hear it without interruption. And it's important every now and then that we do listen to people even when they're angry. And there are certain things that wouldn't otherwise come out in polite conversations, which is what we normally have. We try to be polite. When we say rant, it means that we throw many things out of the window so that we can get to some things that we wouldn't otherwise get to. And I do feel sometimes when people go to that place, it makes us uncomfortable. It doesn't mean everything is right. It doesn't mean everything is wrong, but it makes us uncomfortable. And sometimes we need to go there because we sidestep on certain things and certain conversations that we don't have it. It happens in families between parents and children. You know, when you throw away, one of the things you throw away immediately in that situation is this idea of respect. I have issue with that. I don't want anybody to respect me. I don't care. I don't need that. We should talk, especially when we are ranting. There are things we don't talk about because we have to respect. We have to manage what we say. We have to care about certain things. So I'm open for that. But the most important thing for me is that you may have opportunity to weigh in and react.
No, the problem is
hold on.
The righteous man is not here.
Can I hold on?
For him to have come here and be heaping insult on righteous man.
Righteous man is here.
It's not acceptable.
Righteous man is here. I didn't even feel that he was attacking anybody. But that's not important. The important thing is that the first thing for this to work is that anybody ranting should be allowed to rant. Just like anybody moderating should be allowed to moderate. They are not crazy. I may be different from KJ or anybody else or forefathers, but there are sometimes a moment that you say, this is an important moment. It doesn't mean that everything that about that moment is right or wrong, but let that go. Let's hear it. We can weigh in later. It could be tomorrow. And Sully, I asked you last time to give me your number. Please, can you give me your number? Just type it on the private chat. One of the things is this, and it's important to me. I know that there is age differences, and we need to hear from the younger generation. It's very important to me that it's not just us, those who can make reference to military era. There are people who didn't know about military. We need to hear from them. We need to hear from women. It's important to me. It's nothing personal, but I don't feel comfortable just around people of the same ideology, the same age, the same language. It doesn't add anything to me. It doesn't add anything to my life. I want to hear from other people. I want to learn. I want to know what I don't know. I want to know what I have not thought about. I won't get it from people around me who think like me. I'm not excited about that. I don't care. There are thousands of people who think like me. I want to hear from people who are thinking differently. That's a personal bias. Maybe you guys have seen it from me. If there's a woman now talking about something different from what I know, I might want to hear more, give them more time. Not because you don't matter. You matter, but I want to. I think that's a natural tendency from me. So maybe that's my own rant today. All right. So let's
a classic one at that. Classic rant at that. I will.
So, but it's important that we do one by one. One person talks.
Yeah, I've not ranted though, so I'm still waiting for my turn.
It's okay.
Right. I will come before you.
Sully, thank you so much. If you give me a number, I will.
I just want to explain something.
Okay. Just 2 minutes so that we can round up this. There's a show that is waiting for us. So please.
The person's brain cell that I'm using as the show next.
You cannot be making backhanded comments about somebody that is doing something that you cannot do. That is disrespectful, and that is a form of insult. Now, if you are willing to insult others, then you should be willing to be insulted also. What is good for the goose is also good for the gander. If I was a politician that has stolen your entire generation's future and stolen your entire state's money, you would never challenge me like this. You would never, not in your work, even in your dreams, you would never challenge me like this. That says a lot about you. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Okay, let's go on. I will go to two Niger ones, one brain cell.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, there are people I'm losing track of where we are, but I know that Dexter you're here too. Go ahead, two Niger.
Listen, if it don't apply, don't reply. All right. Only he does gonna holler. That's just what happened right there. So let's get back with the Niger thing. Listen, I'm glad my man over there is back, righteous man. You can cry all you want. Jesus was Palestinian, okay? At least, thankfully, as much as you guys have come on here and been crying, Jesus is not Palestinian, Jesus is not Palestinian, none of you has denied that Jesus called God Allah, all right? So, Jesus was born in what is today known as the West Bank. He was a Palestinian Jew. I know a lot of y'all have been brainwashed. You get mad when people tell you these things. You've been brainwashed. You probably think Jesus was an English guy from Liverpool. No, he wasn't. Jesus was not even a Judean Jew. He spoke Aramaic. So you can always go fact check that. And the reason I brought it up is if you guys are so worried about the Christians, if you're so worried about Christians all over the world, not just Nigerian Christians, because one life lost is one too many. In the Quran, it says, you kill a human being, an innocent human being, it's like you killed the entire humanity. So if you guys are so worried about Christians being killed or people being killed, like you want to pretend like it's not a religious or tribal thing to you guys, why aren't you? This is why I brought it up, and I'm going to reiterate again. Why aren't you complaining about the Palestinian Christians that are being murdered every day? 194 of them got burnt yesterday. 96 of them got burned the day before. If I'm not mistaken, about 78 the day before. For 2 years straight, these European converts have come from Europe to kill the Palestinians. If Jesus was alive, he'd be among those people being bombed right now that you guys are supporting. This is why I brought it up. So if you don't understand that, well, I guess that is on you. Now, for Dexter was on here, was it Dexter or what was his name? The other one, I forget his name. That was talking about it's a Muslim ticket. I don't think it was Dexter. I don't know. Muslim ticket. I don't see why that is a problem. As far as they are effective in their jobs, it could be a Christian ticket. It could be an atheist ticket. It could be a voodoo juju worshiper ticket. I don't think personally I would care. But when we keep going with this traditional tribalism and bigotry, this is where we always have a problem. Now, there was something else that someone said, and they said, I think it was also, because I jotted everything down, I think it was also Righteous Man that said something about there's no killing in it. Well, it was a bunch of them on here, to be real. There's no killing in the Southeast. There's no Christian killing. I don't know. Maybe you've heard about Sheikh Nnamdi Kanu or Imam Simon Ekpa. I haven't. As far as I know, even when I spoke to Simon Ekpa on here, he told me, you were here, I asked him a question, and he told me how he would ban Muslims from a Biafra, which means, and he said he was a Christian. So when I brought that up, what I brought up was the hypocrisy that a lot of y'all on this show, and it's not just on this show, you go online, it's all over the place. Nigerians are extremely hypocritical. They'll claim that they don't have anything against the Muslims. You know, we just hate, we don't want Sharia, we don't want this. But you want a country where people that are Muslims, that have been Muslim for thousands of years, to abandon their faith. Now, before I move on, I do not subscribe to the criminal law, the implementation of Sharia law for criminal cases in Nigeria. I don't. But I think for cases like civil cases, marriage, land disputes, divorce, fines, things like that, I think you should let these people live within their own culture and their own beliefs. All of you encouraging that the United States should come in to Nigeria to take over, saying, oh, it's going to change. Nothing is going to happen like that. Eric Prince, founder of Blackwater, and I've mentioned it on this show several times. Eric Prince has been reiterating, in fact, he wrote to the Pope to help him fund a paramilitary group, a private army, to go into Nigeria, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, that Sahel West African region, to take over, reminiscent of how they started the slave trade. This is what they're going to do to you guys. If you think they're going to come out there to help you, you are again delusional. I know a lot of you hate when I use that word, but you got to go look. These people are not coming to help you. Eric Prince basically called you guys savages. He said you are not competent to govern yourselves. You do not have the capacity. You do not have the IQ. You don't have the mentality. If that person does not look at you as lower than a dog, then tell me how he looks at you. So in essence, without trying to be all over the place, I think you guys have to be very careful. Sometimes you might get what you wish for and you won't be very happy with the result. And I think this is what is about to happen in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you to Nigeria.
Please, can I respond? He mentioned me 3 times. Can I respond, please?
Yeah, go ahead. 1 minute, please, because we have to finish the rant. I don't want interruption, but I know that you will now be able to wait. Go ahead.
The young man over there, I don't know whether you're a Nigerian or you're an American, or you're an Ethiopian. I don't know. I can't identify your origin. Are you a Nigerian?
Okay. Righteous man,
No,
we don't have this time.
I'm from the moon.
Hold on. If somebody says
He
something, you can respond
referred
to the.
something
Hold on. You can respond to him. You don't have to know whether he's a Nigerian to respond to what he said. I don't know the connection now. Why do you? And we don't have time. We have to round up, please. Just respond to him.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, there are statements he made that he was referring to us, say, you guys, you can't rule yourself, you guys. So I want to know whether he's inclusive, whether you guys is included as a Nigerian or he's not a Nigerian, so that I know what to say to him. If he's not a Nigerian, so he shouldn't tell us how we should respond to our problems.
No, but you guys just mean in general. You guys, aside from me, you guys.
Righteous man, hold on. Even if he's not a Nigerian, he can tell you how to behave. You know, if you don't like it, you dismiss it.
He's not behaving well. He's not behaving well. The young man there is not behaving well. And you know one thing, it is easy for you to identify those who were born outside their traditional ancestral homes. The way they behave in the public, the way they use words, speeches, it is very, very easy for you to identify them. Those that were not born from their ancestral home, even if he's not a Nigerian, he's a black man, so his ancestors must be Africans. And Africans, we know, they have respect and honor to those who are their elders. So when you see a black person on any platform speaking like an Englishman or indigenous Americans, you will know that he has no trace to his ancestral background. That's just what I want to say. And again, listen to me, young man, listen to me. The Bible never referred Jesus praying and mentioning God as Allah.
Exactly. And that's why I said,
as much as I know, can you listen to me? I didn't interrupt you. Listen to me. As much as I know, and I have read books and books, there was never any book written by any Jewish philosopher or religious leader or rabbi or whatsoever that have referred God as Allah. Never. Allah is an Arabic word. It is a Muslim. It is not in the Bible. It's in the Quran. So when you are telling lies in the platform, you should be very careful. We are not talking to non-entities.
Righteous man, thank you. Righteous man, thank you. We're not going there. We have to finish it out. No more interruption, and I'm not stopping. I'm not.
No, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I promise. I promise. It's not even to Righteous man.
No, sorry. Dexter, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and all the fireworks that are happening. I wish we can channel this energy. You understand? We can channel it into productivity. Let us channel our firing. You see the young man, as old men, as we see the young man, as he said that, we should know that he's talking from frustration. So don't now start attacking him. You're supposed to find a way to bring him in line. Find out how can you, because look, I've said it here. The future belongs to the young people, not to old cargoes here coming to carry their biases, their stereotypes that have not brought any productivity in Nigeria. I've seen a young generation being disappointed in you, want to start bugaing. Leave him, let him rant. Leave him, let him have the say. Solution. I've been thinking recently, one of the things that can, let me commend the Wale Edu and the Cardoso team of their whole macroeconomics management of Nigeria and trying to basically stabilize. So I listened to this thing, a symposium recently where you had lots of people. One of the responsibility of the central bank is to just give you a stable currency. Nothing else, is to give you a stable currency. Find a way to make sure that you have a stable currency, manage inflation. Now, they've tried to salvage the carcass that Buhari was about to push Nigeria into. Okay? So let me give it to them. But I have one more advice. I think one thing that we can do in Nigeria that will help to stabilize that country, which would break the massive social divide, is we should retrace our steps before we did the structural adjustment program. Because you see, when we did that structural adjustment program, we crashed our naira. Okay, and we have been doing it since. But one thing has been happening. There is a group of Nigerians that their own money is not affected by the devaluation of the naira. First, the politicians, their money is never affected by the devaluation of the naira. Then, the people working in the oil and gas industry, the IOCs, their money is not affected by the devaluation of naira. Now, that is why they hold a hegemony on the country. So what we should do is we should dollarize everybody's money. Dollarize the doctor's money, dollarize the teacher's money, dollarize the cleaner's money, dollarize everybody. Everybody should earn the dollar equivalent. If the country wants to, yes, upstairs. If the country wants to make progress, dollarize you can't dollarize the politicians' money, dollarize the oil and gas money, the people in oil and gas, then you leave every other person to hang in looking for naira. For my own one solution is dollarize everybody. There will be hyperinflation, yes. Let me hyperinflation, but everybody will have the same value of money. Okay? Then you can now remove digits. Yes, you cost 2 digits from the money. Bring everything down. But the problem is the politicians who want to make that bold decision. They won't, because you see, those people that are earning large and fat, to be fair, I have brothers, I have relatives that are earning so much money. In fact, I told one of them recently that I want to sponsor a bill in Nigeria that will in fact, I'm going to write it to my senator. I'll put that in writing and send to them. He said, good luck that they will come for me. They don't want to hear, but that is the truth. So the point is this, what I'm trying to make is that we need to start coming up with ideas to solve our situation. All this, I don't see, why are we talking about Palestine? Why? How does it affect the young man? Have you seen people walking on the road in Nigeria? Doesn't it pain your heart? I can still remember as a young child in Nigeria, in secondary school, when I'm coming back, if I'm in the bus and I see a child, my fellow mate, talking, it pains my heart. I said, we don't be talking. If you don't have value, if you don't place value on the young generation, then look, if you don't place value on them, then forget it. You don't have a country. Absolutely don't have a country. Oh, because maybe your children, you can send your children to school. It is those ones that are out there. They are causing problem in the north today. Gradually, it will come down south. So what we need to start doing here is to come up with policies. It's not to be ranting the ranting should be for solutions. Come up with ideas. This energy of whether it's Palestine or whether Jesus was this, Jesus was that, who cares? Who cares? You are a poverty nation of the world. That's why you depend on miracles. Recently, a friend of mine wrote something. I saw one poster, come, miracles, healing. I said, but it's not healing. Those people need to, if you are sick, come for healing. Go to hospital. If you have, look, in the developed world today, if a child has congenital heart problem, from the womb, they will detect it and treat it. For the child has not come out to, and 6 months, they will detect the problem and they will treat it inside. In Nigeria is prayer. You go to pastor, pray. It has not helped us. Let us come with ideas. Let us live like the Homo sapiens that we are. Think, improve. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Annie Electrical, I don't know if we have time for everybody now because I haven't taken a break and I have to
just leave me a Jaguar, let them go. You don't need all these.
I see Jago. Jago, welcome to the show.
Can get him out.
Annie Electrical, go ahead. You are muted. You can unmute yourself. I can't hear you. I don't know why. All right. We can't hear you still. All right, we'll have to go to somebody else, figure out what's going on. We can come back to you and Electrical. KJ, are you with us or no? Okay, let's go to Ike. Ike, welcome to the show. And we are ranting and you have 3 minutes.
You're looking at your watch. You're going to time me for 3 minutes. No problem.
Everybody now, because I have to. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave here today.
Okay, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy to be here again today. I think my rant is going about the election in Anambra next week. My rant is for the people of Anambra State to choose wisely, to make a choice for a better Anambra. Governor Soludo has told us that he's not capable to rule Anambra. He has proven it. He has shown it to everybody. The latest campaign now is not about even winning an election, but it's about winning Agro. It must win Agro so that Mr. Peter Obi can be disgraced. The latest mandate is that Agro must take Agro. So which means he has not even realized that he's not fighting for the people of Anambra State, but he's only fighting for Mr. Peter Obi. So I hope that the people of Anambra should be able to open their eyes and make that wise decision. Not only that you vote, but try to stand and defend your vote. I think it's wise for every right-thinking Igbo man in Anambra State that Soludo will become APC member immediately he wins this election, because when he goes to Abuja, he's APC. But when he's in Anambra State, he's APGA. When he's going to Abuja, he put on Emiloko cap when he goes to Abuja. And when he comes back in Anambra State, he's APGA. So he has told you what it is. And it's very, very shameful that this is a man, somebody like me, put a lot of hope that is going to do a better work, be a kind of an image maker for the politicians in the Southeast. But he has shown us that he's not ready. He has shown us that he's still the same politician that everybody used to be. If Valentine Ozibo was able to listen to people who were telling him, don't move, there wouldn't have been election. There wouldn't have been anything like election in Anambra State. And today he's crying and regretting and calling the Anambra. Nobody forced you to leave. The man you were following told you to be patient. He said, no, you have waited too much. You can't wait anymore. And Hope Uzodinma and his gang lured you into APC, and they use you and dump you on the road. Now you are crying to people of Anambra State. What are you crying? You shouldn't need to cry. So I think shamefully you can go back to Mr. Peter Obi and prepare yourself for 2027 for any other thing. Because politically you are gone in Anambra State, because this is what people like us were warning you. The die-hard obedient people were telling you, please, we know that there is crisis in Labour Party, but wait, even though if it is not this time, wait. But he said, no, you can't wait. You have gone and you have seen. So I'm appealing to my brothers and sisters in Anambra, those like Rudolph. I spoke to him last week. I don't know his political leaning. I don't know where he's lining for, but I think every honest and sincere Anambra man, Anambra woman will know that I am not playing politics, but I am stating the obvious and the fact that this man disappointed not only me. I'm from Imo State, but he didn't just disappoint me, but he disappointed everybody. So I think it's time for him to go. It doesn't matter. One time, if he has spent 4 years as governor of Anambra State, but he's still bribing people to vote for him in 2027. I mean, what else do you want? God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. Ovie, 3 minutes.
Yeah. Sorry, I feel personally attacked, but I think my generation needs this wake-up call from time to time. So thank you for that. But I also want you to think about
this. My generation.
No, come. No, let Mono go there.
Grappa. That guy is a grappa.
Anyway, I want you to know this, right? As important as kola nut is, the tree is even more important. Tasha, fill that out. So, while I was in the therapy section with my supplier, earlier on, I listened to us. I said us because I know that section about the panel today. So one thing I take out from that the Christian genocide debate is it's just like when parents that have multiple kids suddenly receive a call from a stranger that one of the kids has been shot dead, and the first thing that came out of the parents' mind is that is it the girl or the boy? Now the short one I've been at the tall one, and the fat one I've been at the thin one. That's exactly when I understand our permutation about this Christian unity. Nigerians are being wiped out in mass, and we are looking for the allegiance, which foreign religion that person belongs to, so that we know the kind of grammar we will use to construct our arguments. It only shows one thing, that's how conquered people argue. And you again see further to Wilson quote that I always quote here. If you control the man's thinking, you don't have to worry about his action. So with the wait first, boy, that person will go feel relate to that religiously before we know how to. So that's what I see. As somebody who early introduction to all these things are through religious and through traditional homes, Igbe and the other things. I see the two religion as my enemy, and I'll give you reason. If you go back to late 1800, first of all, I will say it here that I think I will proud to say, I'll challenge anybody. I came from one of the most rockiest city, if not the most rockiest city in the world. At the time, there are more rocks in my village than people. When I mean rocks, no be small stone, like where they like a Rudolph village. I'm talking about rock like a Zuma rock. You can Google Oruku rock, ORUKU. You understand what I mean? As of today, there are more rocks than houses in my place. Why? It was due to the invasion of the British in late 1800. My people find refuge under those stones. That's how those people survive. I am using that scenario as to illustrate this genocide of a thing is that Christian genocide of a thing is that as at that time, the British government is anchored on three legs: the state, the royal home, and church. Church pretty much is the arrowhead. So the invasion of the Benin Kingdom was pretty much spearheaded by church, by Christianity, and our life has never remained the same again. Fast forward to today, the small land where we get the farm between us and Kogi State, the Fulani and the Islamic State are taking over that. I am telling you my own experience as a Nigerian. I don't need any journalist to come and tell me what is going on. So I am a victim of these two religions. And my prayer every day, my calculation every day is that what happened to River Niger and River Benue in the conference states, Lokoja of Kogi State, as they drive those, so shall these two religions will die in my fatherland. They don't go progress past this era. They don't go. That's why I feel sorry. These two religions no go progress past our era. They don't die, they go die. So they know me well, and they will never end well. So if you like, what would they judge who die by their religion? When it reach our turn, so we go judge which God you dey pray to before we know how we tell this. And so, as I said, that's how conquered people think. We're a conquered people until we understand that the next generation now they go continue.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Let's try an electrical again and see if that works. If not, we go to the next person. Go ahead. We still can't hear you on electrical. All right, you have to log out and maybe come back if we're still here. Jagun, welcome to the show. Okay, I wanted to know whether
good day to everybody.
Hi.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Very well, thank you. Very well. Good day to everybody, panelists, those who subscribe to the chat, and those viewing. I've come on today. I've been listening and generally not liking what I'm hearing from most people, and I have to give Solly deep thanks for bringing some sense of reality to the table for everybody here. I don't want to really mention names, but I will. My brother Kenny, sometimes he speaks and I'm listening to him and I can't find out where the love is inside him. The speech that comes out of him is always full of hate, pressure, tantamounting to let's kill ourselves. It doesn't really. When I'm there, I'm trying to listen for some sense, and I can never hear anything reasonable, anything well-being. I'm only hearing hate. Even in the way he speaks it, it's with such ferocity. I'm thinking, is all this really necessary? Is it necessary for you to be spreading hate like this? Okay, fair enough. Nobody cares. I respect who he is, and I know he doesn't care about what anybody else says. He's not a man who can be corrected. So we leave him where he is. But at the same time, you see, when Solly spoke about respect, it's a deep thing, respect, because you know why? We all value respect that is afforded us. But we don't really give respect. When I hear Kenneth speak, I can't hear any respect in his mouth. None. All I can hear is violence, bigotry, and downtroddenness. I think, who's that for? Who's all this for? It's not for me. Keep it to yourself.
Please tell me one hateful thing that I said.
Brad, thank you for your
Tell
words.
us one hateful thing that I said today.
No, what only thing? You can speak, Brad. Yeah, absolutely. Don't interject. I wasn't there to interject you. I listened to you. Now you listen to me, my friend. What I'm putting to us all here is that Solly spoke in such a way that should give us all reference as to what respect is. Because he spoke the truth. We as Nigerians, we've been ignorant all over the world. With all our special powers that we have as Nigerians, ignorance is still the thing that's in front of us. I lived in this country, the UK, for an awfully long time. I know what some of my Nigerian people felt about other black people. I know what they felt. They felt disdain. They looked down on everybody. This is how we are. So when somebody speaks about we Nigerians who have gone to America and look down upon the African Americans, see them not even as ourselves, see them not as our brothers at all. That's how it was. Nobody should deny and pretend that didn't take place, because we know it did. Because why? Because we're ignorant. We are ignorant people. We love ignorance. We eat it for breakfast. I don't really know why we're like this, because there's so much in us that we can see all around the world. And where does it come from? It comes from us. It comes from us. I was 6 years old when I found out that Pele, who I felt was a Brazilian, by all means, that this kind of Nigerian man now, straight, he be Nigerian man. And I look at his, Pele looks like my father. It is the same head shape, the same size, same. And then I started to catch on to our history. And from then, 6 years old, I started to enter our history and read who it is that we are, what power it is that we have. What I've seen about Nigerians since growing up in this country is that we are powerful people, but we do not understand or appreciate what our power is. This is my rant. We love to tear each other down. Igbo love to tear down Yoruba. For what reason, I don't always know. Vice versa. We have people who are in the north. We just tear them down anyhow and feel that it's free for us to speak like this. Nothing togetherness, nothing building our power. And you don't understand that there is a responsibility on those of us that call ourselves Nigerians, more than any other African. There's a responsibility upon us. And that responsibility is to galvanize our power, because there is a greater power, there is a power that may not be greater, but there is a power that is coming across the whole world at this moment. And my whole feeling about being on this panel is that we have to inform each other as accurately as we possibly can, because we're in trouble. This thing that has recently happened in Jamaica, I might be a bit controversial here. This thing that has recently taken place, Melissa, that has swept across Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean. I don't know if we're aware that this thing may be man-made, that there are reasons for Jamaica to be flattened the way it has recently been flattened. And those reasons are reasons of the New World Order, the smart cities. And when you see the proximities and the fact that Jamaica isn't a country or a nation who has people who are weak-minded in the way of beckoning to the Western the Western ideals. Yet their prime minister was recently in Israel. In the last couple of years, he's been in Israel taking notes about how he should behave to his people. You see, there are things going on this planet that most of our scribbling and squabbling here is pathetic in my ears. I feel, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? We have a country that's about to be swept into the Atlantic Ocean through corruption and through stupidity. And they keep telling us we're a stupid lot. We're a stupid lot. We don't think as to what it is we really need to do. I will end like this. The example shown us by the AES countries is the notion to think about forwarding and the leadership of our people. We in Nigeria were supposed to be the people that came with that solution. However, we are the ones who still seek ignorance and ignorance in not looking at what is the real leadership way of an African nation. I thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jagun, for that. AY.
Yeah, good evening from here, everyone.
KJ.
I want to especially greet Rudolph today, man. The kind of things you hear on this platform, man, I wonder how you deal with them. It's a lot. Today was a lot of bagos. Solly, you are the man of the day, man. I'm not gonna lie. I give you the trophy. Take your trophy. So, good discussion so far, even though what people are really displaying today is actually hatred for their country. I see a lot of hatred for our country. I don't think we should hate our country. I think that's the beginning of our problem. The problem going on in Nigeria, to be honest, we have, I would call it, very high level of insecurity problem in Nigeria across the country. If you really want to categorize this insecurity across the region, across the state, you will see that what is causing this insecurity, they are just different issues. You go to the northwest, is different issue. You go to north central, is different. You go to northeast, is different. You go to southeast, is different. You come to south, is different. Really, the only region that is relatively peaceful in Nigeria is the is the southwest. That's the only region that is relatively peaceful. Even as you might call some of them, religious crises, some tribal crises, some. In general, what we need to know as people, we have insecurity problem in Nigeria that is killing our people. Not the Muslim only, not the Christian only, not the whatever, everybody. Look at the kidnapping going on in Nigeria today. They will just, now, kidnappers will just stop a bus. They move everybody to the bush. They don't ask, who are you? Where are you from? They don't care. They will move you into the bush. That is what is going on. In fact, I just returned back from Nigeria. The driver that was driving me around, he will show me, we'll get to a spot. It's like a norm right now. Oh, they kidnapped here last week. They killed the driver. They did it. He will explain to you what is going on. To be honest, it's very shameful. But if we think we need foreigners to come in, I don't know what they are coming to do. I don't think they are going to help the situation. I think all of us, what we need to do is to keep talking. The government of the day, they need to sit up. There is no two ways. That's their responsibility. They have to protect the people. We have real issue when it comes to insecurity. You want to travel 400 kilometers, you are scared, you are afraid. Even when you, some of this kidnapping going on, if you know anybody that drive across major road in Nigeria, you need to talk to them. They will tell you there is a checkpoint with military over there. A kilometer away, there is oppression going on there, and it will succeed. So it's a lot, yeah, but I don't think we should hate ourselves over this. I don't think we should go into crisis. Nigeria will not survive another civil war. This is the truth. The last thing I want to say, Rudolph, sorry, the crisis going on in Tanzania. You see, that is what, for me, I have said it on this platform, politicians are the same. I don't believe in politicians. That's my stand. So I actually was sending you a message today. I said, I wish Omoye is here. Last time she was like, oh, let the women give chance to the women. That's a woman ruling that country. So these issues, they are both tribal, they are both religious, they are both gender based. So do we have more serious issue we need to handle, we need to discuss? I look for a way to resolve these issues. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ewa.
Dr. Demelis, I think you skipped me. I've not ranted.
I know. I'm trying to arrange the way to appear for those watching it at home. So we'll go to KJ. After KJ, we try an electrical. Don't mind me. It's over 5 hours. So I can make it.
I understand. Okay.
An electrical. After that, then Kene, and then Jide will be the final, unless I'm missing somebody.
All right. Can you hear me? Very good.
Yeah.
KJ. So for those who eventually begin to cry later on, the intervention of the United States of America, or not intervention, they are crying that there's going to be boots on the ground. No boots going to be on the ground. But the term that being used right now, if you don't want the same thing to happen, begin to advise Justice Omoto Shona, because whatever they are doing in that court, the world is watching. Whatever they are playing, the game they've been playing for the past 10 years, the world is watching. Tomorrow, if the international judges are council decide to sanction them, we will find a way to get a good word to defend them. So the thing is, we open the doors. The Pandoran box was opened by us. Hey, let's wake up and smell the coffee. The jack is out of the box. It's not going back. So what should a people do who are concerned that their people... You see, what even makes me feel so sad is that the government officials are going about saying, yes, Christians are being pied, but not only Christians. Should somebody in the first place be pied? It doesn't make any sense. How do you argue that point? Okay, the people who are concerned are not even part of your community or your citizens, but you are going to the people who are not part of your community to go and put up a stupid argument that it's not only them. This thing have been going on for long, and sometimes when we talk about it, the people say, but other communities, majority of those communities that are being wiped out are Christian communities. I worked in those areas. Okay, so now when people come and spill these things, let's get up and smell the coffee. And I want to say something. Jesus was born around the 6th before Christ, BC. Okay, and Islam came at 610 CE. So how does Christ call Allah to be the God of Islam? Look, you see, when we come here, let's also know that we're not coming to a marketplace. We're coming to a place where some people also went to a little bit of school. We all of us break chalk here. All right? Let's put that aside. Now, what I'm simply going to end my rant on is this, because there are so many things to rant about. Get your ass together. Nobody who is living good, that people will now begin to come and look for their minerals. There are minerals all around the world that America can go for if they wanted the mineral. Not in a place where they already have a lot of problem to sort. And see, the truth of the matter is, we are even talking about who is in ground zero. We are talking about the Americans and other Americans. Who is in ground zero? Who is in ground zero in Sambisa? Do you know the people there? If you know the people there, then you shouldn't be saying what you're saying. But having said all of that, now we open the door. The government had the opportunity of addressing this issue. We refuse to address it. Someone now is coming. We are comparing what's going on in Gaza, what's going on in Nigeria. Do you know how many? And you are throwing out figures. Do you know how many people have been killed since this thing started? We have over 50,000 people. Do you know that it's only in Nigeria that we have IDPs? People are living in IDP camps for more than 10 years. Meanwhile, their villages are being occupied by foreign Fulanis. And you come here to say, what are you saying? What are you defending? Are they supposed to be in those places? You forget that those communities that are in IDP camp, especially in Benue, are where the food supply come from. Okay? The Ukum local government is one of the places that yams are made. They have the only market meant for yams where trailers come and load. So these are all the areas that have been taken over. They are not farming any longer. And you are going to eat food tomorrow? and you are looking at America as a problem? How? Solve your problem. You have a government, you have an army. Instead, you are removing those who are trying to make effort to make sure that these things come to an end. My brother, we never ready. When we're ready, we'll advise ourselves. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. And Electrical, you're next.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Let me start this way. One, I do not want America to come to Nigeria, but it is on Tinubu and his APC government to do their job. If Tinubu and APC could stop the IDP, Nigerians are not at war, but Nigerians are displaced from their homes. But if Nigeria cannot do it, then Trump can come. I say this again, I am not a fan of Trump. But there are things he is doing that I am in total agreement with. Just like the Nobel Peace Prize of 2025 that he's missed. He was rigged out. He deserved it. But since he didn't get it this year, he's going to get it next year. Nobody deserves it better than him. He has championed peace, even if it doesn't matter how it goes about, but he had made so much to bring peace in the world. And if he's going to take it to Nigeria, then so be it. But I do not want American boots on Nigerian soil, because Tinubu can handle this situation and can stop the genocide that is going on against other tribes that are not Fulani men, Fulani tribe, and those who are not Muslims, because that's what's going on over there. Again, I want to say this. IPOB is not a terrorist organization. I do not believe in what they are doing. I do not agree in their Biafra. I'm not part of the Biafra struggle and agitation, but IPOB is not a terrorist organization. And Nnamdi Kanu should be released. Tinubu has released people who committed the same treason felonies Nnamdi Kanu is charged. Therefore, Nnamdi Kanu deserves also to be freed, not a day longer. The people who are killing Igbos in the southeast are criminals. They are not IPOB members. And if they are IPOB members, they should be prosecuted and executed. I will be part of that. Now, the situation regarding the coup thing, for me, it is all about just like the IPOB propaganda for 2027. All Nigerians need is, please, be intentional for your country to be better. Let us be honest to ourselves.
All right. I didn't stop that.
Take a survey problem with this internet.
Yeah. Kenneth, you go next.
Yeah, thank you. A dishonest person. Okay, carry on.
Can you hear me?
Let me allow him to finish.
Are you hearing me? Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah. One more minute.
Sorry. This thing is good. Okay. Let me just finish it up. See, I do not like people who grandstand in ignorance. It bothers me. People who grandstand. What is a lie? You propagate it as it's a truth. Jesus is not a Palestinian. The Quran respects Jesus as Isa, as a Jewish prophet. How can an Islam, a religion that started 610 AD, 610 years after Jesus died and was...
Go and read, sir. Go and read.
There is nothing to read. Okay, let me explain this.
Where was Jesus born?
Palestinian. Okay, hold on. That is, when you were talking, I didn't interrupt you, man. The Syrians do not believe that Palestinians exist. They don't believe it. Go and see the young man whose father was a founder of Hamas.
Focus on the topic. Just try.
I'm only telling you. Okay. The topic is your claim, your false claim. Now, one thing is this: when you are wrong, I will tell you you're wrong. When you're right, I will tell you you're right. If you do what is right, I will agree with you that what you said is right. It's just like some of the things Soli or Soji said. I agree with him. The passion he has, I also have it.
Where was Jesus born? You're waffling. Where was Jesus born?
Jesus was born in Judea, Bethlehem of Judea. Bethlehem. The son of Hamas tells you that Palestine is a creation of
Yeah, the son of Hamas
Romans.
can tell you that Jesus was a Palestinian.
My
He
friend,
was
stop
born
being
in
ignorant.
All
Stop
right,
being ignorant
guys.
and learn. Stop being
He's not.
ignorant
He's
and
not
learn.
ignorance.
You
He's saying the
ignorant.
truth.
Thank you. And
He's taking my time.
you allow that. I'll let you.
No,
and then let
the young man is taking my time. He should learn.
All right, thank you. Let's move on. We have to round up seriously. Kenny, you're next. We'll continue next week.
Our people say that you don't learn how to dance at old age. A dishonest person cannot suddenly become an honest person. A healed, raised child cannot all of a sudden act well, especially in the public. Let me leave that. I will revisit that. I want to ask my brother Boom Boom Ray, do you support the genocide against? I don't want you to respond.
Yeah, you're my man. Come on, man.
Yeah. Do you support the genocide against Christians in Nigeria? Because when you ranted, you were all about Palestine. You said nothing about the genocide against Christians in Nigeria. See, I'm a Nigerian. I should be talking about how to fix my house, not how to fix somebody else's house, especially someone that has no business with my fears, someone that doesn't even know that I exist. So I should be talking
Rudolph,
about
is it
how to
okay
fix
if
Nigeria.
give me 1 minute?
No response.
Because that I
somebody
did.
don't care how my house is. So it is my responsibility to talk about how to fix my house. Now, somebody come up here, an old man, said that that I've been very, hateful on this platform, and I want to ask, and I asked that old man, can you state one hateful thing that I've said against any person on this platform? He could not say one. So he came with a mindset of attack on Kenneth. You see, you don't attack a useless thing. You attack something that you think is a threat against you, especially something that is very important. Now, but this person ended up not talking about how to fix his country, the country that he so dearly loved, but how to fix Jamaica. You see, he's talking about how to fix the country that aligns with his lifestyle. But that is it. Now you have Generation Z. We have our children that we properly raised for the good of the community. We gave them good upbringing. The generation, that Gen Z that you talk about, we have good children that have Gen Z, good children that have Gen Alpha. But when you see a child being raised by a frustrated mother, there is no way you can hide that heel character in him. Somebody come up here and say that he's talking out of frustration because of what is going on in Nigeria. You can learn how to control your frustration. How about if you want to voice out your frustration, how about attack those that actually are the cause of that frustration? As far as I'm concerned, nobody on this platform caused the ring going on in Nigeria. Nobody else on this platform frustrated your life. See, everybody here will be able to witness that I don't spare any politician. But in my state, Anambra State, where I come from, we had a drunk. I come up here and I attack his way of leadership in Anambra State. Currently, we have a criminal, confused professor that doesn't know what he's doing. And countless number of times I've attacked him on this platform. But we have a child that doesn't even know who his governor is. And come up here to attack his elders, right? So come up here to attack people that has his mates or even older than him in the house. And I bet you this small boy cannot stand my fourth child in everything, in any level. My first son, you can't stand him in anything, right? But you are here to attack an older man. And when I asked, can you tell us who is that foolish person? And you now open your dirty mouth and say that I said foolish things on this platform. Oh, our people will say, eat goats, but your father raised sheep. Because there are some things you don't say. Let me forget it. Now, this is it. We have a country where our condemnation for injustice, our condemnation for criminality is very selective. Provided this politician is from your ethnic group, you don't condemn them. But everybody will bear me witness here that I don't support any criminal politician, be you Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. I'll come out and attack you straight. But we have people here that will never speak against their own criminal politicians. But when it comes to Kenneth, they will jump out because they all know that, one, I love IPOB. In short, I'm an IPOB member. You can't stop me from that. IPOB is not a criminal group. IPOB is a representative of Igbo worldwide, wherever you are. You are an Igbo person, you are an IPOB. IPOB is a good people. We are calling against the injustice against Igbo. Nobody stop you from calling out, talking about injustice against your own people. But why will you be jealous? Why will it be hateful that we say we don't want this kind of treatment being meted upon our people? Why will you be hurtful? Are you not a witch and wizard? What is your problem? You cannot be a poor person and still be a wizard or a witch. You have to choose one. Why will you be hateful that we say that we need a better way of running a government, a better way of running a country? Why will it be hateful? How is that hateful speech? How is that hateful speech that we say this killing against a certain group of people should come to an end? How is that an hateful speech when your leaders could not stop that killing and somebody else, your neighbor, wants to come and help you stop it? Why wouldn't you embrace that? Why wouldn't you embrace that? You will block the road, you refuse to walk, and you are preventing others from walking. How dare you? Who born you? It's either you walk or you give chance for others to pass, right? You don't want to fix the country. Somebody wants to fix it for you, and you say, no, whomever that calls for the helper is a bad person. What is wrong with Nigerians, actually? What is wrong with you? Conclusively, if you come to a platform, on a platform like this, know it that there are your mates on this platform. There are those older than you, and there are maybe those you are older than. But please, learn how to make your presentation without personal attacks. You are free to attack the politicians. You are free to counter what anybody said here or says here. But you are not free to insult anybody personally. It is have your say doesn't mean that have the insult against anybody on this platform, right? So learn to work on that. If you have a bad character, go back to your mother and your father so that they will retrain you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Finally,
well, Robert.
Jide, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Good to see everyone. And yeah, it's been a while. Good to see everyone on the panel, those listening and those on the comment section. Good to see everyone and good to hear from everyone. I don't even know where to start from because at this point I don't want to say I'm shocked by some people's submission because a lot of people have been coming to this panel and they've been very consistent with their position. So at this point, I don't want to say I'm shocked, but everyone is entitled to their opinion and to their political views. I'm not going to attack anyone. But yeah, I don't even know where to start from. But one thing I need to say is that, you see, at this point of our lives as Black Africans, knowing where we came from in Nigeria, right? We came from a place in West Africa called Nigeria. And for 500 years, we've been under foreign domination. You see, when I come to this platform, I'm not coming to chase clouds by coming to give political views, express my political views. I know where I'm coming from when I say certain things. I try not to say things and deviate from things that are not facts or try to propagate because I don't hate anyone. I'm not talking about pointing fingers at just one person and saying, oh, they're the ones responsible for our problem. You see, I've talked on this panel that Western imperialism is extremely powerful. I know that a lot of us are tired of hearing about Western imperialism, but I will still say it anyways. Western imperialism has been dealing with us for over 500 years. And to the point that the product of Western imperialism, colonialism, slave trade, post-colonialism, neo-colonialism, sponsoring extremist groups to cause division, cause chaos, extracting our natural resources, impoverishing our people, using religion to destroy our identity, making us mentally damaged and ignorant. It is like, I cannot go on and keep explaining further and further the entrenchment of how they destroyed us. So now, I need to read this press release. I want everyone to listen. This press release is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I won't read everything, but I'll read a paragraph. This is coming from the Nigerian government. I want everyone to listen to this. Because when I see certain things on this platform, and I explain certain things, you guys will think I'm just saying my own thing. But I'll read this. It's a paragraph. Some of us may have seen this, but I want everyone to listen. We remain committed in our resolve to tackle the violent extremism that is fueled by special interests. I repeat, that is fueled by special interests who have helped drive such decay and division in countries across the interesting West African and Sahel regions. I'll read it again. We remain committed to our resolve to tackle the violent extremism that is fueled by special interests who have helped drive such decay and division in countries across the interacting West African and Sahel regions. You see, because I'm not going to spend 1 hour talking right now, unfortunately. I understand. But during the next show, I will explain certain things in detail into why they're going for Nigeria. It is not a joke. And the earlier we open our eyes, for 500 years, we've been stupid. For 500 years. This is the point in time where we cannot afford to be stupid anymore. If we choose to continue to be stupid, then that means we choose to go extinct beyond our control. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Finally, thank you so much, Jide. And we have forefathers who will host the next stream. It should have started 2 hours ago, and they won't let me go. But eventually, we are going to get it right, which is that I will leave here 3 hours on the dot. No minutes added to it. I'm swearing by that. I'm promising my doctors that I will do it. Not even the one without break, which is unbelievable. All right, I want to thank forefathers. Maybe I give you a chance to rant, and then we'll round it up.
Thank you for that, Dr. Dissing Damages, and greetings to all the panel, the chat, and the viewers. I think the reason why they don't want to let you go is because they're afraid of joining my panel. So the Wahala panel, they don't want to join, so they want to stay with you on this and enjoy it before we come online. It's one thing for people to say you want people to come and help you solve your problems. That is if they are coming to solve the problem. I heard what was said earlier on that if somebody from outside wants to come and solve the problem, the people that created the problem, they created it in the first place. It's very interesting how the Arab world often chooses strategic silence when evil is happening under their name and under their noses. We should be learning these things, because look at what is going on in Gaza and in Sudan right now. You see our northern leaders complaining that Africans are being killed, even if they are Muslims. They are not coming out. They choose silence. You don't see the Saudi Arabians coming out. Say, why are you killing fellow Muslims? Just because they are not Arabs. Silence. Nobody's calling them out on all these things. And this is what bothers me. In Nigeria, any northern Nigerian person that is listening to it are Muslims. They really need to be asking their leaders now, what is going on in Sudan? Because this was the same history we are here watching when the Songhai Empire was destroyed by Morocco, that is also an Islamic empire. Strategic silence, like they don't see what is happening. And whom are the best friends of some of these nations, like Saudi Arabia, Dubai? Is it not Western powers? So Some people's suggestion is let's invite the people that are also empowering the people that we are fighting against inside Nigeria, because you're not seeing the bigger picture. That is not going to lead you to anywhere. And this is one of my biggest fear with Nigerians. We appear like people that are already doused with petrol and are waiting to be lit. And some of us, if they give us guns to go and kill each other, we are going to do it. And I can assure you, it's mumu thinking, oh, first class. After how many years? After being enslaved by these people, and they give you gun and you say, you know what, my duty now is to kill these people, my own people again. It's not going to get you. But after you finish doing that, then they will take you and do whatever they like with you, like they've done before. So we should not, our problem is relatively simple. This is the weird thing. All we have to do is talk to each other and try to understand that we are all facing existential crisis here. And if we can realize that and just talk to each other and say, okay, what do you want? What do I want? Be reasonable. Because what we are living now is not. If you come to an agreement, whatever you're going to get is going to be a lot better. Anybody that is selfish, ostracize them. If you look at what is happening in Gaza, the moment they had that their ceasefire, what was the first thing Hamas did? Went after the collaborators. This is what I've been talking about. Our leaders are the collaborators that they left in charge in all African countries. Hence why you don't see them. They don't have any lever to want to change. They are basically the collaborators, and the collaborators never have any vision for you. We as a people have to figure it out for ourselves. We know how to marry each other. We know how to, even when we have different religion in different families, we know how to do that, but somehow we can't figure out how to talk to each other without these crazy leaders that are totally compromised. Watch Americans and watch Europeans to see how they deal with leaders that are compromised. You are going to watch it happen in the next coming years. You see how they too are fighting to take over their own countries from leaders that are compromised. What you are going to learn from that will also help you open your eyes that even if your leaders are compromised, you should also be able to wrest power from them. There's no reason why we can't do that. We have the numbers, we have the resources. All we have to have is common sense. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers. For those who want the conversation to continue, join the conversation, join forefathers on this next stream coming up. Let me thank those that supported us. It's very important. We are running out of cash to sustain the platform. Oscar Blackstone, thank you so much. Always there for us. Brick House Capital, thank you so much. KJ Bread Stylist, thank you. Also, hold on, please bear with me. I'm getting some messages here. Mr. Show, thank you so much for supporting us. Brick House Capital, thank you. Young One, thank you so much. Brick House Capital, thank you. You guys think that we can do this without these people? No, we can't. I'm telling you. I'm just finding out at the end of, whenever there is a show at the end of every month, that's when I remember that there are people waiting to be paid and we have to pay them. And then things we have to pay for subscriptions that we have. Again, thank you everybody that supported us. Thank you for everyone who joined, those on the comment section, those that watched at home. We appreciate all of you. Tomorrow, we have 90 Minutes Africa with Dr. Anosike, who will join us. He's an analyst at Voice of the People TV in Lagos. On behalf of all my people, producers, people at the back end, people who send things to me, I thank everybody. Forefathers, thank you so much for being here. Jide, thank you so much. Jagun, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Kene, thank you so much. Two Nigers, one brain cell, thank you so much. Anne Lechuku, thank you so much. AY, thank you. Righteous Man, thank you. Jefferson, thank you. Pansat, thank you. I see you are coming in, but we are leaving. Ike, thank you. Femi, thank you. And who am I missing? Everybody, thank you. I appreciate all of you. I will see you tomorrow. Pansat, I'm so sorry we can't. It's straight 5 hours without break. I really appreciate you. But the important thing is that you were here and I told you that this platform is for everybody, just like you. And just like you want some people to go, some people want you to be kicked out, not to ever come up here. But we won't do that. We are open for anybody who wants to have a conversation with us. Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow.
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀
bàbá
ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́ ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí lọ́nà èyí.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you.